Good afternoon and welcome to Clearwater, Minnesota. We kick off our Preserve Championship weekend with a little match play action taking place here on a rainy Thursday afternoon. Our Arcana current conditions show us a temperature of just 61 degrees, humidity at 82%. The winds are down. They're coming out of the north to northwest. Tournament sponsor, all-around showman, and adjusted the course ever so slightly this year. That, of course, being Simon Lizotte as he's getting ready to head out. Welcome in, everyone. Terry Miller joined alongside Valerie Jenkins, four-time world champ and three-time world champ in Nate Doss. Match play action, we're here for it, and we're coming off of a great weekend in Sweden, Val. A battle just took place over there.
Yeah, Silva and Kristen went head-to-head, and they flip-flop positions. Silva came out on top. It was a huge moment for her. I mean, she's been battling at the highest of levels, major titles, big tournaments, but she accomplished this one against world's best. I mean, it is a huge accomplishment. Kristen didn't have a great final round, but still, Silva had to keep it together to make sure that she could come out on top.
Couple of crucial moments, including the three-stroke swing that was on hole number 6, and then on 14, when everyone thought Kristen may get one or two in her favor, Silva saves the par, and ultimately Kristen bogeyed. And then on hole number 16, she has an opportunity to start getting closer and maybe even force a playoff eventually, but it doesn't happen. As you said, Silva hoists the trophy. And locally at 325, they'll be kicking off. But some of our first cards include Kelvin Heimberg versus Lizotte, Wysocki versus Orem. What a great group. And then also we'll see Jessica Weiss versus Kona Star Montgomery. And as we said, Kristen versus Silva. Simon Lizotte took a little trip out to the Preserve earlier in the year, back in March, and he taught course design with Kale LaVisca.
Little business trip we have going on here. We're still in Austin, Texas. It's Monday morning, and we're going to Minneapolis, Minnesota. MVP had the brilliant idea to make Simon Line the title sponsor of the Preserve this year. For me to be title sponsor, I wanted to have at least some kind of influence or something to do with this whole event, just so it doesn't feel just random. We get to spend a day and a half with Kale, bouncing back some thoughts and ideas about course design and tweaking this property a little bit to make it Simon approved.
Keep the cedars?
Stay.
Really? Okay.
Take this, take that, and just clean this area like 30 feet this way in like a little circle.
But leave these cedars.
Yeah, those are like the fairway bunker. That's where you clearly don't want to be. But you can hyzer early and have like a back door. You can still come in right. You have a chance to like slide kind of through them and be fine.
Interesting. The main things, we got a big change on 7.
Yeah.
The par 3 through the Oaks, we're extending into a par 4. We are doing 2 different holes, hole 3 and hole 16 with multiple pin placements. Old hole 10, the long par 5. We are essentially breaking up into 2 holes, a par 3 and a par 4. Both will be brand new. 10, we found a really sweet basket location, elevated about a bunker that I think is going to play really tough.
I think the essence of the course is still majorly the same.
I feel really good about it. I hope you do too.
Simon Line approved.
So Simon approved, as a few changes will take place here for this year's event. And of course we get the preview today during our match play event.
Simon says cut down trees, make new fairways. Kale says, all right, let's do it. And I can't wait to see what this course looks like this weekend.
I know, me too. I threw like a couple over there, but that's it. It's like not the type of day you want to warm up.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2025 Disc Golf Pro Tour Match Play Series.
5, tea time. The matches are Calvin Heimberg versus Simon Lizotte, Ricky Wysocki versus Matty O. First on the tee, Calvin Heimberg.
And unfortunately, it looks like we're in for rainy weather all week long. So while they don't want to play in the rain today, it's a decent warm-up for the week.
Next on the tee, give it up for Simon Lizotte. Safe. First on the tee from your next matchup is Ricky Wysocki. Rounding out our card today, give it up for Matty O.
We're going to take a quick look at a few of these shots. Some less than impressive efforts, needless to say. And I take a look at Ricky Wysocki. We saw Simon pull his to the right.
And really, this is the only mistake that Ricky can't make. I mean, this is the only out of bounds on the hole. We'll find out if it is OB, but
we are blessed to have one Grant Zellner out there on the ground. Grant, what do you see in here?
Well, I hung back near the players for the tee shots. I did hear one player definitively say that he thought Ricky was in based on the way the disc reacted with the ground. I can't, unfortunately, confirm that with my own eyes, but I can tell you players really having to deal with this rain. The good thing about it is, I suppose if there is a good thing, is that it's consistent. It's not like misty 1 minute and then very heavy the next. So players will be able to settle into a pattern, I think. And I believe they'll be able to have at least a little bit of fun out here. Back to you guys.
Yeah, fun might be relative as we take a look at a few of the course changes. And we're noticing that hole 5 is going to have the original hole 5 removed, and we're going to have a different look. Hole 6 is extending and is going to be a par 4. And hole number 10, we saw that one get split up into a couple of different holes. As Kale mentioned, we're going to have a new green for that one. And then on holes 3 and 16, we'll have B positions, not necessarily lengthening the holes, but just giving them a slightly different angle and look on the green.
yeah, I like adding the A and B positions on a couple of holes, but also that 9, 10, brand new 9 and 10, very exciting, especially that pin location on 10. It's going to be very interesting to see how that's played throughout the week. Simon, I spoke to him earlier this week, and he's very excited to see how that hole's played, as well as proud to be a part of the tournament here.
And it was just a few days ago, back on Sunday, we saw Silva and Kristen go head-to-head. They were out in front. I think they were 6 or 8 clear of the rest of the field by the time that final round was going down. And it was really just the two of them battling at the top. We mentioned Silva comes out, and we'll see if Kristen has any extra focus or feels like she needs any kind of revenge.
And that was in Sweden.
Yes.
Now they're in Minnesota playing head-to-head once again.
To be fair, I think we have a lot of Norwegian, Swedish, Scandinavian influence certainly over there in Minnesota. So maybe they'll feel comfortable as they head over.
Well, the rain will certainly make you feel comfortable, as they were playing in some adverse conditions last week as well. But yeah, what a great match over there on the FPO side.
Of all days for Ricky to not be wearing a bucket type hat or a boonie or whatever, I mean, it is raining out. He's raincoat Ricky.
You know, the guy keeps us guessing constantly. You just don't know with Ricky sometimes. Conversation was about the lie. Couldn't quite hear exactly what they said, but from where he's lining it up, I mean, he is OB. So, throwing his third shot here. Very nice. That's going to be a good shot there for Ricky, as Matty O was short. He'll still be throwing his third. Still not out of the realm of possibility that Ricky could potentially win this hole, depending on what Matty O is able to do from the fairway.
Rick just remembered he has to run back and go retrieve his errant tee shot. He may need that later. Here's Heimberg throwing a second. And Val, I feel like you really touched on a great point a moment ago, that there's rain in the forecast for the next couple of days. So if they wanted to go out and really feel like what the conditions might be over the weekend, this is maybe just a standard practice round to them.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, you know, if you had beautiful weather in your practice round, you're going to disc up, you're going to power up, and then when the rain comes, you have to alter your game plan. Here, if they're practicing in this rain, they're going to know, you know, if I don't have that lower body power, if I can't get good grip on these fairways, maybe I have to change my strategy.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there, Val. I mean, when you're playing in the rain, you can play really great disc golf. We all know that. We've seen it 100 times, but it's about getting into that flow and getting comfortable with, as you said, the footwork, the grip, all those types of scenarios.
Well, and if you're new to watching match play, there's a few terms that we will throw around throughout the day. One of them's difficult to pronounce, so maybe that would be the most challenging when you have a hole, and that's when the players tie on a hole or tie a match. That means that they are all, no one's won on that particular hole. All square is when the match itself is all tied up, just as when they started the round today, they are all square. Dormie is when a player is up by as many holes as there are left to play, and the best the trailing player can do is get the tie. And then up or down is being up or down describes how many holes a player leads or trails by in a match.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the challenging one was up or down. I mean,
yeah, that too. We're so used
That
to
can
saying
get
you're
you.
up a stroke, down a stroke, things of that nature, and it's similar concept, but feels a little different in how it's pronounced and what's part of it. As we look at our broadcast times throughout the rest of the weekend, today being the one off, tomorrow and the rest of the time, 9:30 a.m. start Central Time on the FPO side, 3 p.m. in the afternoon on the men's side. That's Central Time.
yeah, one thing that really comes to light when you're playing in these types of conditions is really the connection between your hand and the disc. I think we take it for granted when it's really nice out, not that humid, not that hot. It's just, it feels natural. But when you get into the rain, it's really about making sure that that connection is very, you know, stable. You got that good grip, really making sure you get that same pop that you would normally get in good conditions.
And Heimberg will win the hole with the birdie.
Yeah, nice start there for Calvin. Nice made putt.
Don't get your putter
And Rick with the great recovery is going to manage to remain all square with Matty O. They are through the first one, and we'll be right back.
At Pound, the quality of our gear runs deeper than the stitching. That's why we make everything right here in the US, employing highly skilled, well-paid professionals. From bomb-proof Cordura fabric to YKK zippers and recycled plastics, we source the highest quality US materials to make the most comfortable, durable pack in disc golf. Our lifetime warranty stays with the pack, not the purchaser. So regardless of how you find us, we will be here to make sure your pack stays on the course and out of the landfill. Pound's integrity is held together with more than just thread.
Wysocki takes to the tee of 2. And he'll have a circle 2 look for birdie.
I know. What's up? Hey. Caddying? Kind of important. Yeah.
Val, we were talking about weather and possibly having caddies out there. Not a huge gallery to pull from to try and attract or acquire a caddy today, huh?
No, I think we've got the best seats in the house. And I'm sure even people on site at the property are taking this in from comforts of being indoors. Matty O coming from Mobile, Alabama. He's cold. This is like winter weather.
Opportunity for Lizotte.
An opportunity taken. That's a great shot there for Simon. He should be just inside the circle. Gonna force Calvin to try to get aggressive, maybe throw something in from distance.
Kristen getting warmed up, and just a few days after this event, our top female competitors will all head over to Manitowoc and Two Rivers, Wisconsin, and they will be playing in the United States Women's Disc Golf Championship. This is free for PDGA members to watch on the Disc Golf Network, so scan the code or visit dgpt.link/USWDGC, and that will give you free access to watching the content place Thursday through Sunday, our major. Super excited to be up there.
Yeah, over in your neck of the woods, right?
Certainly is. Courses I'm very familiar with and had played for more than 20 years. Calvin going for it and off the basket. Exactly what you called for, Doss, and exactly what we love about match play.
Exactly.
Aggression.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more there. And what a great run here by Calvin. And really, he did a great job here not blasting it past the basket. He actually stayed relatively close, hitting off the rim here. And this is going to force Simon to really have to make this putt. Now, Simon doesn't have a lot of distance, of course, but what a great run there by Calvin.
And what a recovery shot by Calvin Heimberg. Looks like he's been locked in, and anytime you're using your morning wood, you can think clearly under pressure. You can stay sharp, whether you're throwing for birdie, crushing your workout, or leading meetings. If you're bold enough to test it for yourself, you can do so, getting 20% off during the next 72 hours. Just use the code DGPT20 at checkout.
Well, it certainly was an exciting moment there, Terry, and nice putt there by Calvin. So Simon will be in the situation. If you make the putt, you win the hole. Get back to all square potentially here with Calvin.
And never a doubt out of the hand of Lizotte. So that match, like you said, back to all square.
So Maddie just wiggling a little past the basket here. Got this big tree in the way. Nice job. A little pop putt there from Matty O.
We are here with Simon line, Neutron Balance, the first mid-range in the Simon line. If I had to compare it to an MVP disc, I would say a reactor that feels a bit more like a hex, but flies slightly more overstable than a reactor. This is a disc that could really handle anything. Windy days, forehand and backhand. I will get aces with this, I don't doubt that. The Simon line Balance, available now.
I knew Levi before Pound was a company. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect. At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best bag ever made. It's the most comfortable bag that I've ever worn. Most tough and well-built and long-lasting thing that I'd ever tried on.
Well, 3 is where we'll see some changes this weekend, and Simon, not what I was expecting to see here.
Not at all. I mean, he went for the roller. You can see it just coming up right there. That was very close to the old basket location. Now you can see the pin over here on the right.
Yeah, it's essentially the same distance, and he parked the other position that we'll see later this weekend, but I wasn't expecting roller.
Yeah, I love the change here. I like forcing the players to have to try to, get to the non-natural finishing side of the shot for a backhanded, right-handed competitor. And we're certainly going to see big sidearms on this hole. We'll probably see one from Ricky, depending on the conditions, of course. But one of the things that Simon talked about when I was on the phone with him was, he loves rollers, and he loves kind of forcing the players to try to utilize a roller. So not surprised to see Simon go for it here on 3. I think you're going to see a lot of that throughout the week. Coming up short, the players trying to turn it over, just getting a little bit too much nose down on it, and coming up short.
It's definitely going to bring both the left and right tree lines into play because they're trying to shape the shot so much more. And that's what we see from Rick.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised not to see Ricky throw the sidearm there, but also the conditions, I think, have something to do with that as well.
And it looks like our next group is getting ready over on the tee of 1. They should be tossing their tee shots here in just a few moments.
Welcome to the 2025 Match Play Championship Group Play at the Preserve Championship presented by Simon Line. Today we have 2 matches on this card, Kristen Lett versus Silva Saarinen and Jessica Weiss versus Kona Montgomery. Team up first is Kristen Lutt.
Again, having played in the rain last weekend, Kristen and Silva have that advantage of getting your routine when you step up on a tee pad when the rain's coming down. In the fairway, but in the taller grass, she's just going to have more wet shoes than Kristen. And I believe that is just spectator rope over there on the right. Yep, she is safe. It's the OB pond on the left, marked as OB.
Yeah, one of the key markers of the Preserve Championship is really what Cale instilled when he built the course. Not a lot of out of bounds. It's mostly just natural out of bounds. Water lines, things like that. But you could go, 150, 200 feet off to the right and still be in bounds here on one.
But then again, the farther right you go, the less that's going to play to your advantage. It's just going to make that second shot even longer.
A solid bid from Wysocki. Just barely misses inside. Matty O with a long look as well.
Isn't it interesting? I mean, just moving this basket, call it 50 feet to the right from where it was in previous years? The average score of this hole could potentially change by over a half a stroke. I mean, we saw a lot of birdies on 3 before, and now we're going to see a lot of pars.
It's going to be a par from Lizotte. Heimberg, though, match. He had an opportunity to win the hole.
I think Simon's going to have a little bit of pressure going into this weekend, playing on a course that he has helped make some changes on. And, just seeing Simon step up to that hole and throw a roller, maybe that was part of his plan. He's thinking, yes, this is my advantage. All of a sudden you lose a stroke. You see other people getting birdies or having birdie putts. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting mental battle that Simon's going to have to play with setting up a new course.
Yeah, is that any more or less pressure than Cale himself as the full original designer coming out and competing?
I think Cale had a lot on his shoulders.
Yeah, I think it's similar, but Cale was on another echelon there because this is his region. I mean, he is an absolute legend, not only in disc golf, but in the state of Minnesota. It was every person that he wanted. Cale, we love you, Cale. We love, And so I think it was hard for him to really stay focused. Simon is certainly concerned about that. Simon's had a busy week. He did the Jomez practice round. He played skins. He's doing this, and now the tournament starts tomorrow. So his whole goal was to get to Friday, get to his round, sort of get all that stuff off of his plate, and then get to the tournament. I mean, it's kind of hard to find any differences between Silva and Kristen, even from a jet lag. I mean, they probably took the same flight. They literally played the same tournament. They're now playing the same match. I mean, they might even be staying in the same house. There's so many things that could, you're trying to find something small.
Yeah.
There's really nothing.
outside of maybe just the feels. One, Silva have overcoming, what she's been faced up against Kristen and sometimes faltering down the stretch or allowing Kristen to catch her or get past her. And Kristen, obviously on the opposite end, thinking, all right, she got past me this one time. I've otherwise pretty much owned, the matchups between the two of us. And now she's got one. We'll see how she bounces back. Fully expecting both of them to be contenders and then some throughout the weekend stroke play, of course, as well. And what a shot. She couldn't do it better. A perfect approach coming from Saarinen.
That's just incredible. You can see her tromping through that tall clover. She gets her footing just right. Timing is perfect. And she just lets the disc do the work. Great speed as it hyzers back to the pin. So that pond on the left of the fairway then narrows up and creates a little inlet just in front of the basket. So the players have to throw over that ditch. If you leave it too far out to the right, you see those tall trees. Those are in the ditch and can knock you down. So lining up yourself to have this wide open second shot is ideal. That's why we see these players throwing more to the right on the fairway on their tee shots. It hits just short. She's going to have a longer putt, but certainly makeable.
Big turnover tee shot here on hole number 4. You really got to get a lot of distance to line up with the entrance to the second half of the fairway. And that's a pretty good marker. Those trees right there, those 3 big trees, are kind of an indication of where the players are trying to get. Over the years, this hole has just become more and more difficult as these trees that they're throwing out of have gotten bigger. This gap has gotten a little bit smaller. Makes this turnover just that much more challenging.
It also features a very spiteful basket that has not been friendly to a few of the big putts we've seen back-to-back years. Kona does get over and just outside of the circle. She'll be safe. And Jessica had gone out of bounds with her second shot, so now she's throwing 4.
Kind of a perfect example of what you were saying there, Val. The more right you go, the longer that second shot is. Jessica unable to get over the water and keep it in bounds.
I feel like the second shot here is so challenging to get all the way through that gap. It really narrows up and really tightens up about halfway through the flight on the second shot.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And this is actually one of the areas where Simon talked with Kale and said, hey, let's kind of clean some of this underbrush as you go through that main entryway. Calvin was way long of the gap.
thinking, I'm sure Calvin's like, all right, the underbrush is cleared up. Let's see if I can get a roller through there.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you're that far beyond this entryway, this is a great view of it here. You can see the gap that they're trying to hit. And Mattio's done that beautifully. But as you go beyond it, Calvin really just did not have the angle to throw much of an air shot to try to get to the basket.
I'm going to roll the Zuka replay, take another look at the approach here by Mattio.
And
Just great pace.
Yeah, and if you're fans of the Preserve, you can really just see the difference between last year and this year as you go through that gap. It's just a little bit more open. It just feels more airy, and a really nice shot there by Mattio.
Doing some more trimming. Missed a branch.
Yeah, that little twig, you gotta get rid of it.
Silva's under the basket. Kristen needs this. Squared up. Nicely done.
See this update with Kona going, there it is, 1 up through 1.
So not quite enough trimming, as you were saying, Val. Calvin's still caught up in the corner here. Oh, very nice. Great control there by Calvin.
We saw a backhand, we saw a forehand roller, and we've seen a forehand, all here on hole number 4.
Rick hit that corner tree. He's going to have to try to throw it in here. It almost does it. You know, this course is one of those very scoreable courses. We see a lot of low rounds in singles. And I think that really makes for a great match play course because every hole's birdieable, but also every hole could easily be bogeyed or parred, and you could lose that hole. Not a lot of push holes potentially. It's hard to tell, even with the weather conditions.
Weiss had an opportunity after seeing an errant tee shot by Montgomery, but not much more progress for Weiss. Simon from circle 2.
At least I'm hitting that.
There's always a vlog to be filmed, right, Terry?
Never ending as Waisaki's off the top of the basket.
And all that really does is, you know, yeah, there you go. Ricky just picking it up for Mattio. Mattio had 2 putts from there to still win the hole.
And there's a little gamesmanship in that, right? Like not having Matty throw that putt at all and even just kind of keep himself warm and loose and fresh on the green. Ricky just goes over there and picks it up. He concedes the hole, but he also doesn't let Matty putt.
I mean, I don't know if you were watching the match play during the Cascade Challenge, Terry, but I talked about that a lot. Because in my opinion, in match play, it's all about a little bit of that gamesmanship. This is a one-on-one match. And I like Ricky just picking it up and not letting Matty, as you say, keep loose or stay warm on the putting green.
Silva, the only player to be looking at a birdie on hole 2. It's a tricky tee shot, especially in conditions like this, to hit the line perfectly to give yourself an inside the circle chance. We're going to have 3 other players scrambling from not even halfway down the fairway. Now we got the double Mando immediately off the tee, so that tightens the players up a little bit, can make you a little nervous, even though without those Mandos, you'd probably feel a little bit more comfortable and hit this line, but it is narrow. It's wider on this right-hand side, sets up nicely for a stable mid-range disc. It's just under 300 feet, so reachable with a mid-range or a slow fairway driver. It's all about hitting the line off the tee. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself scrambling.
And big thanks to our friends over at Zenny, providing our drone previews throughout the season.
Kona's going to be struggling to get the par. Let's see if Jess can get this close. We'll see if that tree comes in the way, but she is inside the circle. Kristen's close. Silva is going to need to make the birdie putt. Like you're mentioning, knowing the strategy of match play, Kona's got to give this a run. She is so far back. At least give it an attempt. A slow flight, basket high. Just give yourself a chance.
Looking for a hero shot.
I was going to call the bank off the tree.
See Silva's right foot down in a hole. She's just outside of the marker to take a 2-hole advantage, and she's not going to do it.
No, in fact, they did push the very first hole. A couple of birdies back there on 1.
That was awkward footing there for Silva.
Probably a push, although that putt upcoming for Silva. Still a little bit of challenge left. The elevated basket. You know who does have a 2-hole advantage, Terry, is Matty O.
That's what you're thinking, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, Ricky was playing in Sweden a couple of weeks, or just a few days ago, just like Silva and Kristen. And so there's jet lag involved. He's still got to get his feet under him. But, I mean, Ricky's a past champion here at the Preserve. So I think Matty O's got to be feeling pretty good about himself right now. A little bit of an advantage. During that vlog, this was a big topic of conversation of what to clean up on this corner. One of the things that always frustrated Simon about this hole is it's such a challenging tee shot. In fact, probably the most technical tee shot on the entire course. And a lot of times you would find this corner. So as you look straight right here, a lot of times the players would finish off to the left right there, find themselves deep in the woods. They've cleared that out, And if you can find that corner, you can actually create a little bit more of an angle as you head down this second half of the fairway. Regardless of all that, Terry, you still got to hit the main gap. I mean, it's so tight. And it's, you know, just overall challenging.
And that road is such a great reference point as we see Matty O with a pretty good tee shot that was drifting over to the right, just barely fading back at the end, and he's going to be in a pretty good position. Ricky's in trouble, especially if this gets a kick. Kona has this left for bogey, and that's not going to do it. So now Jessica should be able to pick up. Silva makes the comeback putt. As you guys are saying, just a little left on that one for Silva, at least enough to think about. But a solid putt on the return.
Yeah, I think AB is going to, you know, it wasn't an easy putt to watch missed, but a couple of weeks ago in Portland, missing on the elevated basket on 18. I mean, you can't take anything for granted, especially on an elevated basket.
So Jessica Weiss was able to take the bogey, but still square up the match in doing so.
Ricky a little bit fortunate to stay here on the edge. Able to have a full swing on the sidearm and puts it right down in the middle of the gap there. Still a challenging third shot upcoming, but at least he's done a good job at creating this perfectly straight shot for himself.
So the women's tee pad marks this whole length at 324 feet. The men were throwing over 400 feet to get to this basket. Kristen with a nice sidearm, just inside the circle. And seeing that pin placement there on the edge of the hill, it can make all those putts that are landing just short, just to the left of the basket, tricky. It's definitely going to get in the minds of the players knowing that that drop off is quickly behind the pin.
Yeah, and this is, you know, as we've already talked about this hole a little bit, but this is one of those spots where it's going to be an A-B pin situation. So what days are they going to be, Terry? A and B.
I believe we're going to see them.
Because it's only a 3-day tournament.
Just Saturday.
Just Saturday we're going to see the B pins.
Which is the pin that they're playing today.
Now. Yeah, they're playing the B pin.
Simon not quite to the exact area that he was talking about clearing out more. Instead of the 30 feet, maybe he's needing 50 or 60 feet of clearing to give him more of an angle there. But still a good recovery shot on his second.
And clearing out the most difficult hole in the course. It happens every year that this is the most difficult hole. This hole creates a lot of backups. So I think expanding the fairway, allowing for more space, making the shots I don't want to say easier because it's not easy, but making it a little bit more fair to play down this hole. I think that's going to speed things up. Well, hopefully for the players.
Matty O is off to the left side of the fairway. And when we look back at 2021, we see Matty O from the short right side with one of the greatest shots of the year.
I mean, this was so crazy.
Yeah, the huge sky turnover roller to save himself, putting him right next to the basket. What an incredible shot by Oram. We've seen a few heroics on this particular hole. Of course, Bradley Williams comes to mind.
I'm thinking of that Bradley Williams shot. And that Matteo shot, I mean, those two right there, those are some of the best we really have had on camera. I mean, just out of position, absolutely miraculous. I think even that Matteo shot we had on the drone, even, I think.
Oh, you got your back, Cal.
Cool to watch.
All we got to do is mention it. It just shows up.
Now, here we go. This is the Bradley Williams. Look at all the wind coming through this gap, and bang! Heart.
Did I break it? Did that go in?
That was one of the most classic reactions, too. If you know Bradley at all, it fits. But he was like, me? Mine is in?
Yeah, sometimes you need a little of that when you're looking for another win on the tour.
Yeah.
Bradley Williams just hanging out as you would expect. Good friend, Calvin Heimberg. He's out there watching his good friend Calvin and Joey Tamale. Joey, a Minnesota native. So Joey, a little bit of a homecoming for him as he's been out and on the tour all around with our players. And shows up and does some solid competing himself. Lazat with the approach, just right nestled up next to the pin.
Yeah, that's a big shot there. As you can see here, Calvin.
Calvin could go for a throw in, maybe. Not quite enough there.
I think they'll just take the push and move on. Yeah.
Silva, circle 2 look.
We can give this a run, knowing that the drop off is to our right.
And you're absolutely right, Val. I love that pin location on that little slope. Matty giving it a little bit of a run there.
And Kristen looking to take advantage here in the match for the first time. This is to go 1 up and win the hole. She gets it to drop.
And I'm thinking if Kristen can land in that spot all weekend long, I mean, if she
Exactly.
turns around, she's going to have the same size putt at the A pin. Great placement. It's very solid putt. If you're going for the putt, you got to make sure it sticks.
So this is kind of the Venn diagram situation where
Yeah, right
the
where you
two
want to be.
circles meet.
Good call. Somebody promised there wouldn't be any math out here, so I don't know. It's just
So that was the fourth shot of Ricky. So even though Ricky was in good position, he was unable to get it all the way down to the basket. So this putt upcoming for Matty will be to go 3 up.
Orem has done just that. 3 up on Wysocki.
Matty's got to continue to stay aggressive, of course. He's got that 3 up over Ricky Wysocki, number 2 player in the world. But, you know, you don't want to give up anything. You don't want to start protecting a lead this early. You want to stay aggressive.
This is Weiss with her par look. And that was crucial because Kona is next to the basket looking to tap in. This will be for par and to win the hole.
Wow. This is going to be an interesting battle between Kona and Jessica. They have given points back on every single hole. Kona back on top.
What's going on, guys? Hold My Bag just launched the greatest disc golf fantasy game in the universe.
Hold My Bag just dropped the best fantasy disc golf game the planet has ever seen.
I want to tell you guys about the newest disc golf fantasy game on the market.
One of my favorite parts is the Hold My Bag. This is something that we started doing, and it's actually a lot of fun.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
At Pound, the quality of our gear runs deeper than the stitching. That's why we make everything right here in the US, employing highly skilled, well-paid professionals. From bomb-proof Cordura fabric to YKK zippers and recycled plastics, we source the highest quality US materials to make the most comfortable, durable pack in disc golf. Our lifetime warranty stays with the pack, not the purchaser. So regardless of how you find us, we will be here to make sure your pack stays on the course and out of the landfill. Pound's integrity is held together with more than just thread.
I'm Jason, and I'm the marketing and promotions manager for Zig Outdoor, and this is the Transit Cart. One of the unique features with the Transit Cart is the ability to load discs from the top. All of my discs are right there, readily accessible. Another great feature of the Transit Cart is the extra storage space down below, and the telescoping handle can fit to any height that I might need. The Transit Cart is a great option for people who are looking for additional storage, ease of use, and accessibility.
Hey everyone, Gannon Burr here, and I want to invite you to compete in the Power Disc Golf Academy Championship Series. This is the only professional and amateur nationwide disc golf series, and everyone is welcome to compete. Qualifier events will be held in cities across North America. If you place high enough at a qualifier event, you'll earn the invitation to compete in our championship event at Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course. Scan this QR code for dates and locations of the qualifying events. We hope to see you there.
Yes, we're going to take a look at the brand new layout of the 6. We're going to throw it out to Grant Zellner and look for some insight from him on the ground.
Yeah, guys, the rain has really picked up over about the last 10 minutes as the players step up to this tee box. Calvin getting ready to throw. Footing doesn't seem to be that much of an issue, believe it or not, for the guys right now. They are trying to place their shots here on the 6th as it plays currently into a pretty obvious open space for that first shot before they try to stare down the basket from there. But yeah, the rain has definitely increased over about the last 10 minutes, and I'm curious to see how the course holds this water. Like I said, so far, pretty good.
Thank you for the insight, Grant. Again, Xenia Eyewear for everyone. Fans can use the code DGPT for 10% off their order.
And after playing hole 5, this lengthened par 6 has to just seem like it's wide open. There's just so much more landing room on these tee shots.
I think a ton of restraint is required here on the brand new 6th hole. You cannot, there's really no aggressive play off the tee shot. You really just need to basically park the old basket, and then you're going to have sort of a hyzer shot from there. Matteo, a little bit too much juice. He's going to go into this corner. That's going to be a very difficult second shot. And adding that on the short side with Calvin. He's short right. Birdie almost out of play if you're in these positions. You really need to put yourself, you know, just straight out there. About 350 feet is ideal.
There is that Mando tree on the right that pushes players more to the left on their drives.
Might be an opportunity for Ricky to start crawling back into this match. He's down 3. Silva's second shot on 4. Kristen's coming up.
That's the one tree. You got to make a decision. Are you going to go inside to the left or go wide to the right? Kristen squares it up.
Wow, so Calvin finding some kind of line there. Cutting the corner, we'll see where that one landed. Of course, this is the first time we're seeing this hole be played in competition.
What if? I mean, this would be a signature thing for Simon if he created those kind of Simon lines. You know, land really short here on your drive and then go for this just out of your mind shot up over the trees, 500 feet, and you can park the hole. I mean, that could be what Calvin's going for.
Boy, it would be interesting to have an entire course of that.
Yeah, not every hole, but, you know, sprinkle those in.
Looking for that to skip straight, and it does, and barely kisses off the tree there, so she'll have a putt. That's to save par. I would expect Silva be looking to do the same. They're likely going to go remain square on this particular hole.
So it was tough to tell exactly where Ricky's went, but Matteo able to get a little bit of a line as well. Nice little hyzer around the corner, and there his disc is. So nice shot there by Matty. Wasn't necessarily in position, but takes advantage of finding a little bit of a line.
Yeah, I think both Ricky and Oram will have similar.
Was that was Ricky's orange one right there?
Yeah, I think they're going to have a similar look. And a great shot by Silva.
Really nicely done from Silva. Going to put pressure. That Kristen needs to make that.
And Grant, what exactly is Simon looking at after his tee shot?
Well, he certainly placed his tee shot like he knew what he was doing, that's for sure. He's got a really clean alleyway. Needs to make a second corner a little ways down the fairway. One tree to miss, right in the middle.
And you said it, Grant. This is where you want to land. You would take that spot every single round this weekend. And he just throws an errant second shot.
Yeah, he was perfectly positioned, as we've already said. But really, it seemed like he was in between shots here, whether he wanted to go around that sear that he hit or try to tuck it just inside. Just not a fully committed shot there by Simon.
Kona with her third. Looking to get up and down, save the par. That's a little work left on that one. Weiss has a long bid, and that's going to be just short. That means Kona will need to make that comeback putt.
So Calvin did find a gap, but he has not found a good lie. This is terrible. I'm going to have to go with the little chippy roller.
Grant, where did Calvin's end up? Did he get through?
He got through initially. I'm well back of the group, trying to get a bead on the angles here on this hole. It's my first time seeing it too, but he got through an initial spot. Now, not in a great place, I don't think.
We see the approach by Simon Lizotte, so he's looking at a par. Kona needs this. Solid.
Finally going to see a push on this group. Nice putt.
And Kristen here with a similar size putt. She needs this to push with Silva just underneath the pin. And she's in.
Couple of solid putts on 4.
Four different ways to par the hole.
Yes.
Calvin's yet to find a decent lie here on hole 6. This is for par. And to get the push. Not going to happen. So Simon's going to win hole 6 with a par.
Matty O could go up 4
Yeah.
if he converts here.
This is a crazy start if he can get it, and he does.
And he knew it halfway there. It was going in. From circle's edge, we're going to roll the Zuka replay. Oram goes up 4 through 6.
Yeah, he has won the last 3 holes in a row. And from a worse tee shot, he is still going to win the hole.
Great scramble.
Yeah, shocker for Rocky. For Rocky. For Ricky.
Lazat is going to go up 1 in his match through 6. And now let's take a look at hole number 7.
Yeah, hole number 7, a par 4. Going to play it here on the left side of the lake. Pretty big tee shot here. It's 830 feet. As we've talked about with the design of Kale originally, not a lot of unnatural out of bounds. So you can actually go as big and as far left as you want to try to gain as much distance. And then you can see the second shot here, back over the water, some of these big prominent trees sort of framing up our second shot. I'm sure depending on our weather conditions, we're going to see some shots potentially over these trees, taking them completely out of the play there. And you know, again, you have some distance behind the pin. You can see they put an OB line behind that basket. And so, yeah, it's a pretty fun hole, a long par 4.
Out there for the action, we see a number of spectators, not too many in terms of the general public, but a lot of other superstar players. Grant, who's out there watching, taking in the action?
Well, if you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. You got to be a real lover of disc golf to be out on a day like this. But the fact of the matter is, yeah, lots of players out here jumping up onto this card. I understand a number of the players able to stay very nearby here. And I'll be honest, there's also a number of players out here that are not amongst the most well-known players. Seeing how it's done by some of the top athletes in the game, and maybe trying to pick up a few pointers as they get ready to head out on the course for tomorrow.
And we moments ago just saw
Albert
boy. Tom. Uh-oh.
That's the one thing you can't do. And that tall grass is out of bounds as well. You need to be in the short grass here to be in bounds. It's not just purely the water line. So chance for Ricky here. It's a good start. Got to think Mattio's effectively just going to re-tee.
Wet Ricky trying to claw back.
I haven't owned an electric guitar ever, so now I'm like extra double soaked. And now I need an amp.
I knew Levi before Pound was a company. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect. At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best bag ever made. It's the most comfortable bag that I've ever worn. The most tough and well-built and long-lasting thing that I'd ever tried on.
The Disc Golf Pro Tour Match Play Championship is presented by Pound Disc Golf, one bag for life.
Thank you, Pound, as we now head over to hole number 5 with Kristen Lett.
Looks like Kristen threw a slow flying disc, maybe a mid-range, just to ensure that she's not getting that fast fade at the end, bringing her farther off the fairway. Silva stays on the fairway as well, but lacking distance compared to what we saw from Kristen.
And Grant, can you confirm that Orem is going to throw from this side of the water?
It sure looks like it. That's what he seems to be preparing to do, unless there was a concession of some kind that early on, which I highly doubt. Yeah, looks like the group gave him the idea that he carried over inbounds, at least this far down the fairway.
As we see the shot here from Simon, it's an absolute beauty.
And now we're also hearing that possibly Ricky and Maddie, both picked up. Did Orem just concede the hole?
It certainly looks like Matteo did. The body language suggested that he was actually retrieving his disc just as he came to me the last time. As far as Ricky goes, also kind of has the body language of someone who is already done with the hole. However, I think if that was the case, I don't know that Calvin would be getting ready to line up this shot. So not sure if I can confirm on the Ricky news just yet.
Yeah, so Terry, under further investigation, looking at the rules on the hole, if you throw out of bounds, you must re-tee, regardless of if you crossed in bounds or not. I mean, it's saying any throw from the teeing area coming to rest out of bounds, the player must re-tee with a stroke penalty. So Matty knows already, I got to re-tee. I'm throwing 3 now. I think he says, let's just pick it up. We'll move to the next hole. Matty's got a 4-hole advantage. It's now 3. I think a smart move there by Matteo.
I don't know. You're already walking the length of the hole. You might as well re-tee. Play the hole out. Get the practice in. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that under better conditions.
He's saying, we got to get this round over. My beanie is getting heavy.
Exactly.
Silva still hanging on the edge.
I'm going to tell you right now, over there on 7, anybody who throws out of bounds off that tee, I mean, you should just walk off the course. No, those rules, I'm telling you, those rules of a mandatory re-tee with as much inbounds as you have left, you cannot go OB right. You just cannot do it.
Yeah, there is really nothing to gain by challenging that right side at all. So you should just be bailing out left all day long. At least on a hole like 18, you're looking to gain distance, and then you're flirting with the water more. I can understand that mistake. But here, you've got all the room in the world on the left, and yeah, I agree with you there.
Well, we'll confirm with Grant to see if Matteo is walking off the course, but I do hope he'll stick around. So Kristen's on the left side of the fairway, but having to figure out some footing and you know, this straddle kind of forehand stance just to give her the right angle. She's short of the corner. And that just went so straight. We couldn't see it because her body was blocking it, but she gets around the corner and she's just on the edge.
Yeah, I think ultimately that was a pretty good shot. She was one little tree away from being perfectly in the center of the fairway there.
Yeah, her and Silva are just nicking away at the distance, keeping it close to the fairway.
And Calvin will just pick up Simon's tap-in birdie look. So they will have the hole. We head over to hole number 8, 406 feet. Got to be one of your top boats for signature holes out here, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the water carry, the crowd is fantastic right behind this tee pad. One of those spots on the course where it's a must watch for all of our spectators. This big, long water carry, it is 406 feet. And you can see, if you can just finish on the right side here, just coming in, it's a birdie opportunity. We see a lot of birdies here on hole 8.
Big thanks to our friends at Flight Factory, who's offering free shipping through Sunday with the code PRESERVE. Get your favorite Simon line items, or 35,000 other items can be found in discs over at flightfactorydiscs.com.
Perfect execution there by Ricky again. Just holding it off to the right, allowing the natural flight of the disc just to come in. A lot of the big mistakes we see here is when the players pull it a little bit too far right. They can go penetrating into those trees straight, and that can be a challenging putt over there. Another good shot there by Matteo. Might as well just pick those ones up as well. That's going to be a push for those guys. Now earlier we were seeing Calvin putting back on 7, and he just looked absolutely drenched. Now normally I would be questioning that, but Calvin Heimberg has one of the best rain rounds I've ever seen at the USDGC. Several years ago, I think it was the year that Chris Dickerson won. And I'm not challenging Calvin rain round ever. Go ahead, get wet. Guy's from Florida, maybe likes high humidity under that jacket of his, but the guy knows how to play in the rain, that's for sure, and he's pured one here.
There is something, though, when you start to think about the rain too much, and you have to have the perfect grip, and you have to do this, and you're overthinking every shot and everything you're doing. And then there's almost a point where you're like, all right, whatever, just focus on the shot. Even if there's a little, grip issue, just focus on the line and execute.
It can be exhausting. It really can be, especially if you're sort of, hitting a lot of, and you're playing in the woods, you get a lot of tree kicks, and you got to reset every single time.
And rarely do we see a forehand like we did moments ago from Silva. She turns it over, still in trouble. Jessica Weiss going with the patent pending stance and doesn't quite filter all the way through.
God, the first little kiss was good, and then the second one didn't quite work out.
Kona has an opportunity, and that is just not committed.
Wow. Now it's really anybody's game in that matchup here.
Opportunity for Kristen.
This is a shot that really requires so much focus. She is lined up there as she's extending out into the fairway. You want to nail this shot. This is a great opportunity for Kristen. It skids right up inside the circle. Nicely done. And while Kristen wasn't clearly on the fairway for the last two shots, she's, reached out and extended her body to give herself the best opportunity to hit the lines. And it's a narrow fairway, so if you can stay as close to it as possible, you're doing pretty good on hole 5.
I couldn't quite hear it, but they have to be commenting on back-to-back forehands. That has to be what was the discussion there, because I'm not sure. This might be a DGN exclusive here during the match play, is back-to-back forehands by Silva.
And even if you could hear it, unless you're fluent in Finnish, Terry.
Good point.
He is.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Google Translate, right, Terry?
Working on it. Silva needs to at least get it close to keep the pressure. That is going to be for her par. She'll be looking at a 5 if she makes from there. However, Kristen has the opportunity to win the hole if she converts with her birdie look. And not a great forehand.
And these are almost identical, the angle of release.
She's in threat of possibly going down 2 through 6.
Not the easiest stance, of course, there for Simon. But with Calvin's tee shot, he's going to have this great chance to... In fact, with Simon just picking up, I think he conceded that already. So it'll be Calvin bringing the match back to all square. You can see Calvin just picking his disc up. Mattio's not quite in the clear yet. They played 8 holes, up by 3. He's in a good position, but he's got to stay aggressive.
And they've chopped this one up a little bit as well, Nate. What are we seeing for the brand new hole 9?
Yeah, I think these are 2 of the most exciting changes. This is a brand new hole, and then of course the next hole will be brand new as well. Simon Lizotte thinks that the backhand roller is the way to play this one. As you can see, it's bending hard right and up this slope. What a beautiful green, this big slope. And I mean, I like this hole. It's just 391 feet, so it's not the distance. I think it's just the challenge of the angle here. We're going to see big high turnovers, but the problem with the big turnovers, you hit this hillside slope and you can easily cut roll away. So I think sticking to the ground, keeping it as a roller is a great opportunity, as Simon was talking about.
And as I'm seeing those trees and the branches really blowing in the wind, having to execute a tee shot like this where you're really relying on the angle of release, if the wind starts to affect that at any point during the flight, you're going to miss your shot.
Kona's 4th. This is Jessica to win the hole. And that means that Kristen will win the hole.
Kristen had a couple putts to get there to
Exactly.
still win the hole.
That's why I was so confidently saying.
Yes. And to get a birdie on 5, that's really playing this hole well. Again, she was just barely off the fairway on her shots.
And Kona's putter not helping her out.
And again, for Jessica Weiss to win the hole. Much easier putt from here.
Yeah, a lot less conceding happening as well. I mean, you just give her that.
You never know.
Yeah, that's true.
You never know. Especially in
over on the men's side, we've got these guys picking up in the fairway.
Yeah, picking up to give themselves, the point. But you never know. And the wind, a wet grip, could just slip out of their hands.
I'm with you.
Well, you're talking wind as we're watching Calvin lace it up. It's going to be short, and it looks like he'll be in circle too. I want to throw it out to Grant. Grant, we are seeing a ton of wind. Give us some insight out there.
Yeah, big increase coming as the players came out of the trees and played hole 7. They encountered it for the first time, just a little headwind, but it was significant enough that I think it affected those tee shots and the confusion thereafter with the early conceding. On 8, it was a crosswind that kind of helped, and now over here on 9, substantial. You see the feather flags, I'm sure, on the screens there, blowing, and that's significant because of how wet they are. It takes a substantial wind to move anything with how wet things have gotten over the course of about the last 30 minutes. So yes, substantial wind. Curious to see if it remains or if things die back down much more like they were when the round started.
Appreciate it, Grant. I was just thinking ahead as to, is there any chance of thunderstorms rolling in that could possibly halt or postpone or cancel what we have going on, as we're watching 3 out of 4 go with rollers, and you have to assume it's the slope, it's the angle, but then also wind aided, right, Doss?
Yeah, I mean, no question about it.
And tomorrow you can tune in for round 1's action, the FPO side kicking off at 9:30 Central, the men at 3 o'clock Central in the afternoon. So make sure you tune in. We will be available over there on the YouTubes for round 1, but we hope that you're subscribing on the Disc Golf Network for all the action. And if you're a current PDGA member, that gets you next week's major, the US WDGC, that gets that to you at your favorite screen, whatever that you're watching it on, all for free as a PDGA member. So go out and get your subscription.
Yeah, and I think there's the new DGN free level as well, or basic. Can't remember the terminology there, but either way, a lot of options to watch the tournament.
I mean, or you could just drive to Clearwater and stand in the rain.
Trust me, come Sunday, there will be a lot of Minnesotans up here watching the tournament. What a putt by Ricky. Incredible.
From way back.
He's just casually tossing it. I don't even think he expected that to go in.
That's huge.
Seriously, just the look we had of Ricky going into the trees. He just sort of tossed that one up and in. So that's Rick. He's going to steal a point off of Matty O. That's got to make Matty O a little bit more nervous. Chance for Simon here as well to go back 1 up. Yikes.
They will remain all square at the halfway point. Let on the tee of 6.
So a shorter tee pad for the women, but same landing zone. Kristen pushing it a little too far. I'm not sure that's going to be a great angle there for her second shot. Not going to be a great angle, and the footing is going to be challenging. Silva's off to the left, so in the fairway, but same challenging angle that she's going to have to deal with.
And we head to the 10th. Nate, what are we seeing?
Yeah, let's take a look at it here for the very first time, 750 feet. Now, we talked about lack of out of bounds. That's not the case here on 10. You can see all of that OB. If you go right in those woods, you're OB. If you go across that creek on the left side over that bridge, all of that is out of bounds as well. So it'll be interesting to see how aggressive these guys get, because as you get farther down the fairway, it's going to tighten up with that out of bounds to this point right here, where it is the absolute tightest. This is probably only about 35 feet wide, and then you're going to come up to this basket location up on this elevated plateau. What a cool basket location. Got to come up and over this golf green. Overall, this, in my opinion, is the most exciting change for 2025.
We see that the temperature has remained the same today at 61 degrees. That humidity has come up just a little bit. Grant, you were saying the wind has picked up, but also, is there a reference point where they're trying to get to, maybe off this tee shot? That's what we're looking to know here in our first go on this brand new hole.
From where I'm looking, you can see just barely on the horizon line from the player's vantage point, you can see the railings of that bridge. I think that gives them something to sort of aim off of. Obviously, they're trying to pull away from that and back to the right in one form or another. So I think that gives them enough of a reference point to have some semblance of what they're trying to do. Again, though, for the moment, the challenge is they're doing this directly into a stiffening headwind.
And that's the key I take away from that, Grant, is that headwind. And that's a great shot there by Matty. A lot of distance. He is in bounds there. That crossing cart path where he landed is in bounds. Had he been to the right, he would have been OB. So big shot there by Matty.
Yeah, and just before they teed, and when I was thinking of reference points, I was thinking, is that a good shot? If you're getting to the sidewalk that we saw Matteo just land on, would every player consider that a good shot or not? This being their first time seeing it in competition. We'll see how that plays out throughout the weekend. But to me, it seems like sidewalk is a good spot.
Yeah, and I mean, where that sidewalk is, that's going to be pin high, for lack of a better term, with that bridge. So that bridge that Grant was referencing. So that's a really good shot by Matty. But I think, honestly, at 750 feet, I think you do your best to just try to get it out there in that 400 to 425 range. Anything beyond that's pretty good. And then you only get about, 300 to 325 into the basket.
Okay, well, Silva didn't skip too far to the left. I was thinking she was another 10, 15 feet. But now she has herself lined up with the second gap. She goes wide of the guardian tree, blocking that second part of the fairway. And nicely done.
That was a similar spot to where we saw Ricky, and I think actually Silva did a better job handling that shot. I think pushing around that cedar is going to be the key here on 6. So nice shot by Silva, very clean in the fairway. The only worry I have for Matty O is having to throw a second shot off of the actual concrete path. Might be a little bit more slick with all this moisture down.
I like this hole.
I was thinking, Terry, you're talking about thunderstorms. It just seems too cold for that. Like a 60, it's only 60-something.
Yeah, I think they're just in store for just steady rain all weekend. The chance of rain lightens up as we get to Saturday and Sunday.
Well,
but we're in for a rainy week.
This headwind is a pretty big shot. Can he get up and over the ridge? No, he cannot. Still short of it.
And that bunker at the top of the hill is... It's not OB, it's not a hazard, it's just awkward footing.
Yeah, good call there, Val, because there are other bunkers on the property that are handled in a different way. So I think good reference point there on 10.
And I think that's a really good design of, if you're just getting over the hill, you're gonna have tough footing. It's gonna be tough to get the power off your back foot to get your putt to stick. But powering it up the hill, you're gonna have better footing. Give yourself an advantage there. But it can bring OB into play, and Simon's safe. I wonder how many times he threw that shot.
Well, I mean, you saw when he was here visiting, this has got to be a challenge too as a course designer. He's visiting in the late winter, early spring. I mean, they were out there in gloves and mittens. I don't think they were doing much throwing.
Well, Kristen's going to have an advantage there with a shorter putt.
She is well inside the circle. We saw Silva in circle 2, so Kristen possibly with a chance to go 3 up through 6 as we're watching Heimberg. Hanging it too far to the right, just not enough fight back to the pin.
And honestly, just not enough speed in the disc. That was floating. And I know they're playing back into a headwind, so that probably had something to do with it there, but I think Calvin needed to disc up a little bit more speed there to try to penetrate. Advantage Simon, but Simon's going to need to make a putt. He's missed a putt on the last 2 holes.
Be a good opportunity for Matteo to just stick that plant foot and check the grip on the cement. And a little slip, comes out early, heading toward the OB and kicks it safe. Oh, that could have been really bad. Lucky break for Matteo.
This is Silva from circle 2. She will likely need this. And
Yes.
she gets it. What a putt.
That was wide open. I was just sitting back going, we need a big Silva putt right about now. We haven't seen her connect with much basket so far in the round, but that was such a great opportunity for her to give it that run. And she's trailing behind. She knows she needs a little fire, a little energy with Kristen inside the circle.
Looks like Kona. And Kona needed that to push the hole, and it looks like Jessica's going to pick up another one. Kristen to have the hole. Solid putt. So Silva able to apply the pressure so that Kristen would need that putt. And Kristen will remain 2 up through 6.
Looked like Ricky was ready to run that in.
There's not a lot protecting the green, well, except for exactly where Kelvin landed.
Yeah.
This clearly is the worst possible spot.
It's good to see this. I mean, this is a nice bunker here on the right side. If you don't penetrate through or get past it, it's basically blocked off. He's going to have to try to go to a little sidearm throw in. And he almost did it. I mean, what a great run. He'll still be outside of Simon, I believe.
And it forces you to throw that inside line, the direct route to the pin, which brings the OB into play. It's a much steeper climb. Or it forces you to intentionally go wide and around with a huge shot. So I think it, like you said, good design.
Wysocki's had most of the momentum over the last 2 or 3 holes. This is a chance for Orem to get one back, and he does.
And what a job by Matteo to take advantage of the good fortune. Val was talking about that earlier, kicking back in bounds, or as he was heading towards OB. And he's going to take a stroke. Excuse me, take a hole here on Ricky. There you go. You can see the disc of Simon, the orange one there on the right side.
And Simon's going to make Heimberg putt.
I think, you know, if he misses it, then Calvin just walks over and picks it up for Simon. If he makes it, Simon's got to make it. Nice putt there by Calvin. Forcing Simon to make a putt. Simon has missed putts on the last 2 holes. This by far the easiest, the flattest of the 3.
Saw a little wind ride there for a second, but it goes in, so Simon will pick one up. And he's going to go 1 up through 10.
I think ultimately Simon has played the best of these 2 guys, but he just has not putted well. And that's been the big difference for Simon. You can see he's just a little bit tentative, even with that putt, kind of floating it a little bit. Of course, he was dealing with a crosswind off the left, but either way, 1 up for Lazat. Matteo gets back to 3 up.
Kristen with a big, steep hyzer angle on her release, but it still flattens up mid-flight. Hyzer's back in bounds.
And this is the same situation, playing back into a headwind. This is the same direction as 8 and, or excuse me, on 9 and 10. Uh-oh.
And I think it's just such a scary shot for a player like Silva. We'll have to confirm if that did stay OB.
Yeah, all the tall grass is OB.
Oh, wow. So you really have to play it very safe. And like I was saying, for a thrower like Silva, she relies on that flip-up shot. She throws understable discs with slight hyzer, but she can always release the disc nice and flat. They're going to be flying nice and flat. But once wind comes into play, you really need to throw something more overstable. You need to ensure that no matter what you do, if you don't release on the correct angle, that the disc is going to correct itself and stay safe.
Well, you can discover the difference at Disc Golf Deals USA with pictures and scaled weights of every disc, same-day shipping, rewards on every purchase, and expert reviews and comparisons. Your game, our passion. That's over at Disc Golf Deals.
I think Silva ultimately would have loved everything about that flight. Just the release point was the problem. She just needed to have that release point be about 20, 25 feet to the left, and she would be perfectly in the dead center part of the fairway. It was a good flight, just the bad release point, bringing that OB into play on the right side.
Whenever I stepped up to a tee shot like that, where I know the one mistake you don't make is leaving out wide to the right, I'm going to throw something overstable. And if I didn't get a lot of distance, who cares? I'm still safely in bounds, and I know what to do on my second shot. It's tough to kind of get greedy and hope for it all, in bounds and big distance in conditions like this.
Go in. Whew. Just over the top. I thought that one might air bounce down and give it a run.
I know there were course designs and changes on the course, but we know that Kale would not let go of this one.
You certainly can't. And Grant, you're out there on the ground, and what do you think of this beautiful layout that we see on hole 11?
Oh, just give me a nice chest and an easy chair. This is a great place to watch disc golf all day long if you want to just watch groups cycle through. Really, really wonderful stuff. Calvin now going off the tee. Now we're in a little pocket where they cannot feel wind at the tee, but obviously the disc cuts out into the wind as it gets close to the green. Calvin judging things absolutely perfectly there. Players want to show the wing of the disc maybe toward the wind and let the disc just sort of slam down, assuming they give everything enough power to get over that wall. We've got Matteo now up to the tee box, trying to place the disc high into player's right and swing it in. There's the wind coming into play. What a shot by Matteo. Bases the pole. Judges everything about that shot absolutely perfectly, including the wind factor coming in at the end, slamming the disc down. Now Ricky, a little bit more direct here from Ricky. A little bit more glide, needs this disc to get down and settle. Now he'll have a bit of a putt coming back, but all in all, what a beautiful hole and really well executed by all four players. Nice to see.
We're going to take another look as what a shot coming from Matteo off the pole koozie. Hangs it out just wide enough. It's got the glide, and then will just gently drift back toward the pin. And of course, fans can use code DGPT for 25% off their order at oneshotenergy.com. and explore a wide range of energy chews, focus chews, and voice drops. Almost just required that one shot.
Yeah, today, Terry, I'm on Orange Mango. It's pretty good, actually. Gotta say. Little one shot. That was almost a one shot there for Matteo. Wouldn't that have kind of been the icing on the cake for him? He's been playing pretty well. He's got a pretty dominating lead over Ricky Wysocki. It doesn't seem like Matteo's going to be letting up, although, of course, Rick did pick up a couple of holes. This is her fourth shot, because she would have had a re-tee, as we talked about before.
So really just getting some reps in out there, and we'll be losing this hole almost certainly here to Kristen, who's throwing just her second at the moment out in the open.
Yeah, we see that it's a two-shot hole for the women. They throw their tee shots inbounds, and then it takes a second shot to get to the landing zone.
Yeah, so the exact same hole, just a par 5 for the FPO. Oh, and he needed that putt big time, and you can see his frustration. Simon not happy. Of course, Calvin's basically parked. What a reaction there by Simon.
I've counted 3 missed putts that he could have easily gotten all over the chains.
Yeah, I mean, that's just those 3 are in the last 4 holes. You know, I mean, he had the one out of the woods on 8. He missed the, not a gimme, but very easy putt on 9. Got the one on 10, and then he missed the one here on 11. Calvin dodging a lot of bullets and going to take advantage here. He's going to go back to all square.
And we saw that after Ricky picked up. He just picked up his competitors in Matteo, and gimmies have been a part of this game. Grant, what have you been seeing out there in terms of the gimmies out on the course and the sportsmanship?
You know, it is an element of sportsmanship, but it's also an element of gamesmanship. We saw earlier in the round, we saw that interesting sort of good happen from way far away from the basket on the water hole. Then we saw a couple of situations, including one where a gimme was offered for a putt that actually had a little bit of distance to it, and the thought was, well, you don't want to give your competitor a chance to see the disc go in, not unlike what we see in NBA games sometimes when a player tries to get up a little practice shot during a timeout. What's interesting about it in this case is in traditional golf, you are allowed to drop your ball on the green and sort of practice putt if you do it in a timely fashion. That is not allowed here today. So if a gimme is offered and accepted, you can't go ahead and run the putt anyway for practice sake. You have to pick up and you have to move on, which I think is quite interesting.
There's a lot of thinking that's going on out there in terms of what these players are doing, and might be subtle, or it might not even, it may even go unnoticed by some of our spectators, but there's a lot of things going on. Appreciate it, Grant.
That's interesting to hear from Grant. I mean, the fact that they specify that if it's a given putt, you can't putt after that. I mean, I didn't know that.
Some practice throws, essentially, I'm sure it feels like right now for Kristen. Making sure she's dialed in for the weekend, as looks like she should have no problems getting another one on Silva here.
I mean, the reality for Kristen there is the only mistake that she could have made is throwing an OB. And she didn't do that. Kept it in bounds.
Feels like Oram keeps tightening the screws here as he's sitting 3 up on Wysocki, and they only have, what, 7 holes to play?
Look, Ricky has not played that well, but Matteo has played extremely good. He's put the pressure on him, and Ricky's going to have to do something if he wants to try to win this match.
I think that inside line it's the line to hit. And Calvin with a big drive.
Weiss is sitting inside circle 2, and Kona is going to give herself a look from just outside a bullseye.
That's pure from Simon. I don't know, he might have got caught up in that bunker. Didn't allow the disc to skip very much.
This is Jessica for bogey, and Kona is also going to be putting for bogey. Oh, what a putt. Jessica from long range.
I feel like there's been a lot of pressure on long range putts for Jess today, and she hasn't been able to connect. This is a big putt just outside the circle, little jumper right in the heart.
And that will keep pressure on Kona to make from shorter range. Kristen not messing with it, wanting to make sure she secures.
It's just interesting to me to watch the difference. I mean, that putt would have been conceded.
Yeah.
In 99% of matches that I've been in. And, she's still putting it out. So, Silva's like, hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Work for it. You want that? You want it?
Kona to helve the hole. Never a doubt.
And I keep thinking about that, the gimmies. And you have to accept that the player is giving you that stroke. I'm thinking about the point where a player goes, no, 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 I'm going to putt this. And then all of a sudden, everything goes quiet and you're going, oh, and I really have to make this.
Exactly.
While they might not be as accepting of it, maybe they do want to make the putt, they're still, getting that point. They're winning the hole.
So think about this. Matteo has lost 2 holes, one of which was the tee shot he threw out of bounds, which that's a big mistake. You're probably going to lose that hole. But the putt on 9 from Ricky was effectively a toss-in that we barely had much coverage of. Matteo's going to get caught up short here, but ultimately that's really about only the second bad shot that Matty's had today.
You have to attribute even some of that to the footing, trying to walk up and throw a 3/4 power shot while walking through a sand bunker is not easy to do.
Yeah, and Val said it earlier. I mean, it's the footing. These aren't out of bounds. These aren't hazards, but the footing is the big problem.
Yeah, and it does look like it's hard-packed sand, but still, once you're trying to push off of it, the ground's going to move when you're trying to push off of sand. Whereas if you're on the grass, you're going to get more firm stance, more solid stance to throw from.
Simon, I'm not sure that he necessarily liked it, but it's going to work out just fine. Tough to gauge his exact reaction, but it didn't seem like he was happy with it.
No, I mean, the reaction right there kind of tells us everything now. He's certainly upset about it. I don't know if it was the footing or if he just missed his release point. You could see him talking about the sand and the challenge of it.
Is that a promotion or demotion when you are now caddying in the rain? We were talking about that earlier, Val. It didn't seem like Joey was necessarily on the bag, but he is now. Certainly a big help to Calvin, that's for sure.
Get over that ridge line. He's not going to. Had he just crested the top of that hill, he would have gained at least another 20, 25 feet. Probably would have been about the edge of the circle. At this point, Simon, advantage Simon. He did get over that ridge line. He's up at the edge of the circle. Calvin's going to have to try to throw something long in.
This tee shot is just under 300 feet. And that's exactly what you want to do. Kristen would have liked to be a little bit closer, but it was a great line, and you want to land short of the pin. I think with how much rain is coming down, it's really going to stop those skips from happening.
The errant tee shot means Kristen will have a chance to go up 4 through 8.
So Matty found this access road, so he's got a clean lie, but he's at an odd angle. Just trying to throw a nice hyzer, and he's going to go just a little long of the basket. He's going to have a 35-footer upcoming.
Little meat on that chicken bone.
I see the umbrellas are still out, but Grant, is it actually letting up out there?
Yeah, it seems to be, although we are also in a much more wooded area than we were just a couple of holes ago. But yes, it does seem to have let up just a little bit. You can hear the wind rustling in the tops of the trees. Very curious to see here in a little bit when we get out of this wooded area which element of the weather is more significant for the players down the home stretch.
Wow. Great run by Calvin just off the front rim. Chance for Simon to make his putt to get that point back, bring it back to all square. And on the Ricky Matteo match, I mean, Rick didn't really have much. He's under the pin. He's going to have to wait to see if Matteo misses before he can get a point, potentially.
Simon to go up in the match. He's up 1 through 12.
And that's the first confident, really, really confident putt that we've seen from Simon over the last few holes. So again, Rick just sitting under the pin. He'll have the tap in par. This is Matty's par putt.
Do not want to give Ricky a chance to find just that little crack in the opening or a door, and Orem shuts it pretty quickly. Doesn't even think about it. Ricky's like creeping around, maybe a little knock on a door, like, oh, can I come in? Can I gain a little momentum? Can you give me one here? Matty says no.
It's just that throughout the match, Rick has been unable to really put much pressure on Matt. You know, of course, Matty had to make that putt to not lose a point, but that was really sort of, it's not as if Rick forced him into that. That was just kind of the happenstance of the bad second shot. So Rick really needs to try to, he needs to try to get the tee first and foremost on Matty, get ahead.
And that's Silva deep in the woods there.
Not much of a look.
Wow, but gets a clean flight all the way to the pin. Wow, that's surprising to know that she even had a window in there.
Kona now with a birdie look. Circle 2.
Wow. I was just studying the different form and technique that she takes from circle's edge, as you know, what we just saw with that make inside the circle, and thinking, wow, hyzer release, but boom, makes it. That was a huge putt.
Kristen to win the hole, to go up 4 through 8. And she connects.
What Kristen is doing right here, and she's done on several holes previous, is put the pressure on Silva because she has the tee pad. She's put it inbound. She's given herself birdie looks, forcing Silva to react. That's where Ricky needs to try to get in his match. Is get back to that spot where you can put the pressure on off the tee pad. Nice putt there.
Jessica will answer with a birdie of her own. So no points awarded there. And they'll move on to the 9th. Back with Lazat on 13.
Yeah, and I misspoke earlier, and Terry corrected me. Simon now 1 ahead. I thought Calvin was 1 up, but nice shot there. This shot is so touchy. You can't crest that ridge because then it slopes all the way down to the Mississippi River, and it's very challenging. You want to just try to get that speed perfect to just slide up like we saw Simon do. Once again, Matteo is going to continue to put pressure on Ricky. Ricky has to step up here. He's got to have a good shot.
He's going to almost match identically to one Matt Oram, so we'll see who putts first. She's shy of 300 for the forehand for Kristen, and hanging out plenty of wide, just trying not to bring any of the woods into play, and it still fights all the way back to circle's edge.
And they do have to get around the corner. This is that side slope green. The blind from this tee shot. And Kristen does have the advantage on these left to right shots compared to Silva. Just tough for Silva to get around the corner. A bad shot from Silva with the straight shot, and she'd be 100 to the left. So she was really trying to get around the corner, but it brings those trees into play.
See all the danger behind the pin for Calvin. But at this point, it's a match. Got to make it. Don't really worry about too much beyond the basket when you're playing competitors that close.
Calvin taking extra time on that putt, really thinking about it. Not able to convert. Wysocki will putt first. Between him and Oram, and Wysocki gets it to drop.
And that's that. It's small, but I know it's something for Ricky. He's going to put the pressure on Maddie here to have to make it. And that's a good spot to be. Of course, Maddie's closer to the basket. And like I said, in a match, you're not really worried about the depth behind the basket. Just got to make it.
Oram answers. Ricky is running out of time. Matt Oram in control.
And Simon's starting to take control as well. He'll be 2 up.
It's also the first time that we've seen either of them in that matchup between Lizotte and Heimberg get back-to-back points. They've done really good with kind of alternating, and we're seeing a lot of variety and shots and holes going back and forth. This will be the first time that Simon gets back-to-back. In fact, he's now won 3 out of the last 4. And the backdrop is the Mississippi River, as you were saying there, Doss. Grant, tell us about the picturesque place that we're seeing out here in Clearwater, Minnesota.
Yeah, certainly. I don't know that you would call this a signature hole, but when you get up to the basket, it certainly is a signature view, looking right up the Mississippi River, knowing that not too far over the horizon are the headwaters of that incredible river that continues all the way down to the Gulf. So lose a disc in this river, somebody in Louisiana may find it in a year or two. Looking now at Simon Lizotte, looking out the chute on this par 5. As long as you get out of the chute, you've got quite a bit of space to work with. Everybody trying to turn the disc a little bit. And as we've been talking about the wind, which has freshened just a little bit, note that now the wind is a tailwind, or more or less so, here as we make something of a turn back toward where we started. Now, it looks like Calvin lining up his shot, getting out of the gap. His disc a little bit more to the left of the rest of the group. We'll see how that changes his approach on the second shot. I've noted over the last couple of holes, footing has become just a little bit more of an issue than it had been, especially on shots that need a lot of power or that need something really specific. Otherwise, players not dealing too much with footing issues. Back to you guys.
make their way up the fairway. We can go back to 9 with Silva. So although she was on the inside, she still has a wide open look. And a solid bid, but not enough. Kristen from circle 2 to go up 5.
An easy little jump. Nice and soft and floaty up to the pin.
And the shutout continues. Kristen is going to pick up another one with this circle 2 putt.
And it's such an advantage for Kristen to have a putt like this where you're just putting up the hill. Silva had that, if she hyzers out, she's going to be fading downhill. Of course, everybody's thinking about the rollaways on that basket. Unless you make it. You don't have to worry about it then.
Silva has not bested Kristen on any hole through the front 9. And there's something to be said about that. Just the fact that it's been a shutout in the favor of Kristen. Up 5 through 9. Pure dominance so far today.
This was really a pretty poor tee shot ultimately from Calvin. I mean, he is really not even in a position to try to get too aggressive on this second shot. He could bring out of bounds into play. There's out of bounds left here as you play the second shot. I don't know. I think tournament-wise, Calvin would probably play this safe and lay it up. But in a match where you're 2 down, I think Calvin's probably going to feel a little bit more urgency to try to make something happen here and put a little pressure back on Simon. But he's going to go with this hyzer line, which is probably the safer line ultimately.
And even in regular tournament play, we have not seen too many people push up into this spot. And this is a lesson for everybody at home. This is not where you want to be.
Yeah, short left is definitely not the good spot. Okay, now he might be looking at this very tight line to try to juice up on something, really power something with a little bit of turn on it and try to flex it out there. All kinds of OB out on this shot. Oh no, he hits first available.
That's just bound to happen. That tree that was directly in front of him had to be in his mind with those long arms. There was potential to hit that tree on your backswing. So the thought of hitting behind your line, not hitting that tree, it takes focus off of actually hitting the gap.
That's a great point, Val. And to add on to that, I mean, just with the line that he was on, there's no chance that was really going to be in bounds. He was probably going to be OB left.
So a possible sigh of relief for Simon here.
Not quite. That's OB.
He's going to go out of bounds.
Of course, he's way up the fairway. So he'll be throwing 4, and Calvin's line 2, throwing 3. Of course, all that out of bounds is still in play. I think for Simon, or for Calvin, he needs to get it back. A good shot in bounds to try to put the pressure back on Simon.
And a low shot, possibly a slip out of the hand of Kristen.
Throw from Silva, drop down, nice and safe. Kristen is safe as well, but Silva's going to have that distance to her advantage.
And really the only mentality that Silva can have is, Kristen did it to me, I can do it back to her. You can get those 5 strokes in those 9 holes. There's really no other way to think about it. It's not impossible. You've certainly dug yourself a pretty big hole to climb on out of. I was wondering about this actually, Terry, is when we saw Matteo throw his tee shot, he landed at a very awkward spot. You can see the edge of the tee marker and the tee sign. His disc is about, oh, what is that, 2 feet ahead of that stuff?
And this is all part of the course, so you cannot move the tee sign. You can't move the tee stake. He
Right.
has to play around it.
So I'm wondering what.
I know there are some ropes and or other course assets that are sometimes movable that could be displaced for a moment while a player throws. I know that's laid out week in and week out within the caddy books and for all of the players. I'm not sure in that specific case of that specific tee sign if, in fact, it could have been moved had he wanted to.
And an important shot for Calvin. He's shanked it into the right side, OB. So really, even though Simon is OB, likely that he will still win this hole if he's able to get up and down. I think the question I'm having there, Terry, is Matty threw like 5 feet behind his disc?
So maybe got some relief.
Maybe you're getting relief? I just want to clarify that. Like in the tournament, if somebody lands in that area, what options do they have?
Taking another look here.
You can see his disc up there, and you can see where his foot's going to land. I mean, he is in line with it, but he's pretty far back behind it.
Yeah, as I'll quickly try to peruse through the caddy guide that's listed. I'm seeing casual areas, also relief from obstacles, where players may obtain relief backward on the line of play without penalty from temporary placed advertising assets, permanent signposts, fairway markers, gopher holes, golf course utility boxes, so on and so forth. So somewhere within here, I'm sure it's specified as to that exact tee sign.
So I want to give Matty some props. I mean, that's a good play by him. I mean, for him to know that, to take advantage of that, he had a much cleaner shot by taking that relief. So smart play there by Matty O. This is actually the 5th shot of Calvin. And park job. What a nice shot. So pressure right back on Simon. Simon's lying 3, throwing 4. He'll have to get up and down just to keep it all square. No, excuse me. Incorrect. Because that's his putt for 6. So Simon has 1 extra.
Yeah, we should
My
see
bad.
Simon
Yeah.
picking up the hole here and winning it.
Yep, my bad.
Almost indefinitely.
Another one of my favorite pin locations here on 14, right at the precipice of this little slope behind the basket. You can't just juice it long. Really got to control it as you come into the basket area. And there you go. That's exactly why you can't go long.
And where Ricky was throwing from, he even had the angle that I feel like most players don't have to throw a hyzer line to place your shot. A lot of players have to throw that direct line, and that can make judging the distance really challenging.
If we see Matty O make that and Ricky miss, that'll put Matty O in a Dormie situation where the worst he can do is tie the match.
Calvin is going to lose another one to Simon Lizotte here. That'll be 3 in a row and 4 of the last 5 holes. So everything in Simon's favor here. Simon continuing to tighten the screws and possibly put this match away as well.
Yeah, and I mean, you think about, as we see Silva throwing for second.
I was interested to see how far the women can throw on their second shot, landing short of that cart path. And we see Silva not able to get it up and over that hill.
Is this Kristen's third?
Yeah, it must be her third after the initial short tee shot, then getting to here.
Early release, flying OB. Kristen's basically going to have to just walk toward the OB, and that's where she's going to take her next shot, I imagine.
Wysocki officially up against the ropes here. He is in trouble with just 4 holes left to play.
Yeah, and like I said, Terry, this is Matty O's going to have a putt to take it to a Dormie situation where even just a single push would end the match. So a big putt here for Matty O to sort of guarantee at least getting some points in the match play championship. Oh no, and he's gone off the top. So hold on just a second. Not as bad as it could have been here, Terry.
You got to appreciate the full commitment to it. He wasn't going to be shy, even knowing there's a slope directly behind the pin. But this is at least the same distance coming back, uphill.
And I think he got a little fortunate it didn't roll. Oh.
Right side chain, and it falls in.
So it's not going to be a point for Ricky, but it doesn't put the match into a Dormie situation to where there's still a chance for Ricky to win the match outright. Of course, you have to win every hole from here to the finish.
Feels a little bit like a gift, or at least a moment of possibility and a glimmer of hope for Ricky Wysocki with Matty O not converting there. Some of the terms that we use. Dormie is not one that you often hear anywhere except for watching some match play take place somewhere. And that's when a player is up by as many holes as there are left to play. And the best the trailing player can do is get the tie. And we also see things like all square, the AS that we've seen a number of times up in the leader on the card. Just saying that they are all square, meaning the match is all tied up. And then we talk about being up or down. One of the beautiful things about match play overall is you could take a 10 on one hole and lose that hole to your competitor who just took a 3, and you go to the next hole and you've just lost 1, so to speak. You just lost 1 hole, and then you go to the next hole and play that as a single hole in itself.
And that's what I love about match play. It's not always the best player that wins. Sometimes, you know, you look at it. Ricky's what, number 2 in the world, number 3 in the world? Matty O's probably what, 10? The odds tell you that Rick should win the match, but it's not about that. It's about playing head to head. And I really love that about match play. Think about over the years some of the big match play tournaments we've played years and years ago in California, the match play championship at Stafford Lake, and had the Players Cup a couple of years that Steve Dodge ran as a match play event, and now We had a couple earlier a few years ago. Terry, I know you were a part of the match play event out there in Colorado, I think, and now the match play championship all season long. These guys and gals playing round robin matches throughout the season to ultimately play for the match play championship in November. Pretty cool stuff.
Some years we've seen boats and people floating out there in the Mississippi River spectating. I'm not sure we're going to see much of that this week or this year.
Big thanks to our friends over at Zenny who have been providing drone previews for our holes throughout this entire season. Go ahead and use the code DGPT when you're checking out over at Zenny Eyewear. Yourself a discount for some new glasses.
Yeah, so this is actually one of the softer holes for the FPO, playing as a par 5 at just 738 feet. You do have to deal with that early mandatory on the corner. You want to try to get up and out of that, and then you're going to be here in the landing strip, second part of the hole here. Just got the one big tree to try to get up and around, but the challenge is really around the basket because it's this little slope and a couple of trees beyond.
Getting an update on hole number 10 where Kristen had actually just picked up, and so Silva will win the hole. Meanwhile, Jessica and Kona both went on to double bogey, so they pushed the hole, or have the hole, so to speak, both with double bogeys. So they're going to move on to hole number 11, and just like that, it is no longer the shutout, so to speak, that I was talking about between Kristen and Silva. Kristen still is up 4, though.
Really best case scenario, right? For Silva, if you're trying to get
it's a window of opportunity,
back,
right?
It's not like you pushed hole 10. You got that point right away. And that's going to be short left for Ricky. Just not on point. Ricky unable to get inside the circle. Here on 15, there's no out of bounds whatsoever. It's not about that. It's just about the distance and dealing with that slope by the pin. Nice job by Simon. And it's likely that Simon will win his match. Of course, nothing's guaranteed, but ultimately, I mean, Simon probably could have even already put away this match. He missed 3 or 4 putts at one point earlier in the round. And if Matteo can put this inside the circle, force Ricky to make that putt to keep the match going, because if Matteo wins this hole, it's over. He's got to swing quite a bit here. Nice job. I think ultimately Matteo's played really well today, but Ricky just has not done himself any favors. I mean, from the middle of the fairway to not be able to get up inside the circle, big mistake here as we jump over to Silva.
It's gotta get up, and she hits the rock wall. OB. And this was Silva's chance, taking the tee box after winning the previous hole after Kristen conceded, and now door wide open.
And where she hit the wall, I'm wondering if she's going to be able to get a mark, or there might be a drop zone here, but on that little corner, there's a little flat spot down there that she crossed.
I'm not sure. I feel like you have to throw it way far to the right to cross that landing zone. That's short of the wall. Kristen didn't give that a great attempt.
And 11 is a situation of just last place inbounds. So if Silva did cross in that little corner, she might have a closer putt.
Beautiful shot from Jessica. Threw it nice and high to ensure that she's going to get up and over, and spikes it down right next to the pin. There is plenty of space for the backhand and the right hand to throw a hyzer line into the green. Kona ends up short. We'll see if she's in that safe landing zone.
Good putt there by Rick. It's going to keep the potential of ending the match out for the moment. Get to play one more hole at least. Kind of a little throw spin there from Rick, not the full Ricky putt we're used to. I think what Ricky's going to be looking to do here is get off the course, go recharge his batteries a little bit. He's got a big tournament. He's a previous champion. You saw the handshake there from Calvin. Simon, as that match is now over.
Simon Lizotte getting the last 4 and 5 out of the last 6 to close out the match on hole 15.
I mean, if you were to be taking bets of which of these two matches you thought would end first, it wouldn't have been that one, even 4 or 5 holes ago. Because Matty O was up by several holes. We thought maybe that Calvin and Simon match would go down to the wire as they were kind of going back and forth for a while. But what a run of 4 holes for Simon.
Yeah, remember, they were all square through 11.
Exactly.
So it was such a good close battle, and Simon just took full control.
But yeah, what I was saying about Ricky is he just needs to recharge his batteries. He's coming back after that big, event, almost winning in Sweden, kind of losing at the last second there to Nicholas Antila, and now coming back to the U.S. with a real chance to win a tournament that he knows he can win, but he just needs better energy. To me, it's looked like Rick's been just a little bit lackluster today ultimately. So 16 this year, having the A and B pin. This representing the B pin, which is on the short side of the mound. The traditional A pin is on the back side of the mound, which we've seen for years now.
Ricky could use a little of that one-shot energy right now.
All right. At least he's closer. Huh. Bit surprised there.
I'm guessing Silva
didn't throw it in.
Yes,
From
and so
her OB take.
Silva basically just said you could go ahead and pick up, and we see the bid there by Kona. And so Kona would have needed that birdie. Instead, Jessica has a chance to win the hole. And she wheels it in. Jessica picks up the birdie on the 11th. That means Jessica goes 2 up through 11, in control over Kona at the moment. And Kristen, of course, getting that one as well. So Kristen will go back to 5 up through 11. Orem converts here, that will be the end of the match.
No question about it. Because remember, in a Dormie situation, even a push ends the match. So nice job by Matty. He's going to take the full points.
And one more time as Matteo puts it away on the 16th.
And, I mean, if Matteo can spin this forward into his play tomorrow, he should be near the top of the leaderboard. Matteo played extremely well, even compared to what Simon did against Calvin. Again, you can't really compare the matches, but ultimately Matteo played some really good disc golf today. And if you can spin that forward, he should certainly be a factor this weekend. He's been a factor in this tournament before, Terry. Isn't this the famous Mississippi?
Yeah, that's when he was talking
comment?
to us about where all the best food comes from and whether if you're east or west of the Mississippi for when you're going to get your best Mexican cuisine and or which mall you're going to get it from.
I love that.
And if I'm doing counting correctly, Matteo finished, only through 17 holes, but 9 down.
Yeah.
Really great shooting out of that group.
And I mean, of course, the one hole that he just picked up on, he would have, at best, bogeyed. So, maybe call it an 8.
Kona lining up for that bunker, trying to get over it, and that's exactly where you want to land. That's where the fairway starts to bend off to the left, and there's the opening through the trees, the second part of this hole. And Kristen just playing to the left of that bunker.
Might not be too much longer before we just have one single match, one twosome out on the course. No one will want to stick around and, just spectate or watch the action after their match wraps up. If Kristen can finish off Silva here somewhat soon, they're going to both be rushing back to the parking lot to get out of here.
Let's send these boys back to the lobby. Get on. Oh, Grandma's got a hot kettle for that teabag.
How did you get so much energy from a candy?
One Shot is no ordinary candy. It only has 4 grams of sugar, and the nootropics help prevent jitters and crash.
Grandma, do you think I could try one of those One Shot energy chews?
Oh, sure, honey. But if you come for the queen, you better come correct, Sprout. I'm the OG. Got it?
Got it.
Level up your energy with One Shot. Grab yours at oneshotenergy.com today.
If you design, if you test, if you manufacture, there is only one technology partner you need. TriMet Group is the leading provider of design, engineering, and manufacturing solutions for thousands of companies across North America and Europe. Innovation starts here. TriMetGroup.com.
And we return with Kristen Lett getting ready to throw her second shot. It is now crunch time, so these last holes are brought to you commercial free thanks to our friends at 1010 Disc. And another low release coming from Kristen. You can see some of that frustration in doing so. She isn't punished, though, with all that woods to the left. That could have been a terrible outcome.
And the fact that she was able to get that bonus skip, I think, was really helpful, but Silva does not take advantage. She hits the top of that ridge. When you're landing there, there's no chance to make a putt. You have to get over that ridge line to get inside the circle.
So should we go to Grant to see if it's lightening up out there, Terry?
Thinking we can tell. Gosh, it's just absolutely dumping as Kona's throwing that shot.
It did look like it let up for just a minute, but that was very brief. And a forward carry off the tree there from Weiss. Grant, you are a man with many wise words. So what would those words of wisdom be right now for anyone out there just taking this all in?
Grab your snorkel and maybe some flippers. And when in doubt, if you see a line of animals and people lined up 2 by 2, jump in it. It's raining as hard as it has rained all day over the course of the last couple of minutes as I joined this women's card. It's really coming down. It's also very, very still right now, which frankly is a little bit uncomfortable. You're really heating up in your rain gear right now.
Well, speaking of rain, there's some instant hydration taking place out there, so stay hydrated on the course with the best electrolytes on the market. Instant hydration. Use code DGPT and get 33% off at instanthydration.com. Just maybe throw some of the powder or something up into the air and open your mouth, and next thing you get it all mixed up and you're ready to go when it's coming down that hard.
Yeah.
That's what I call instant hydration.
You know, it's one of those things. Most everybody watching this coverage, of course, us three in the booth, we've all been in this situation, and you all know how it is to play when it's this wet. It's just absolutely exhausting. Nothing is easy. You get that little cold, wet drip coming down, and you know, you just have to try to stay strong, try to stay patient, really utilize your caddy.
And you hope to keep those up shots close so you don't have to overthink your putt. And that's really where I always felt like I needed the best grip, was on my putter. It took just that slight tack so that you get that little pop out of your hand. Kristen did a good job of keeping that upshot close. We'll see what Silva can do to match it, to push the hole, to keep this match going. Closer.
Yeah, and I think in this situation, with how heavy the rain is and how tight, you know, the match is to being potentially over, Silva's already proved that she's going to make Kristen play the hole out, but now even more so.
Again, you really can't take anything for granted in conditions like this. I mean, we see a slip in the background. Walking is difficult, but if you don't have the right grip on a putt, you could miss a 10-footer, especially on an elevated pin. And it's looking more like 15, 18 feet here for Kristen. Not a problem.
As we take a look right now, from now until the Preserve Championships final round, you can place your order for $25 or more on the DGPT Pro Shop and pick if Gannon Burr or Anthony Barella will shoot the hotter round on Sunday to win a DGPT gift card worth 100% of your order value. Make your prediction now and shop at dgpt.link/cheers. And wow, what a good way to win a little bonus action by picking up whoever you think is going to shoot her the hotter round on Sunday.
Man, that's so tough because, right, it depends on if one of those guys is on, say, third card, you got to expect a crazy low round from them. But lead card, you never know. You get into the battle. That's kind of a fun one, Terry. I don't know. A lot to think about there.
If both players shoot the same score, there's no winner.
Gotta talk about that.
Yeah, we'll need a tiebreaker of sorts out there. Maybe the overall score would be the...
Maybe we should make them do a 10-hole playoff that we cover.
Yeah, there you go.
And they can win themselves a gift card.
That's right. All the good ideas are coming out.
I love this hole. I think this is one of the more signature holes on the course for me. I've never been out here to play on this course, but I love seeing a good shot here on 13. This is the hole with the Mississippi River just behind, but I love that it's framed by the trees and it creates that low ceiling canopy that you have to throw that direct line with a lot of power. Anything short, you just don't get the skip. You have to throw the perfect shot with the right speed to get all the way down the fairway. The door's open right now for Silva to hit a good line and give herself a birdie putt. Kristen is way short.
She's going to need to get something going as she is currently down 5 to Kristen.
Right? Because, I mean, if they push the hole, then it's Dormie Kristen's favor. If Kristen wins the hole, the match is over. They're at that point now. Looks good in the air.
Beautiful, and a nice little skip. That's close.
Advantage Silva.
Good line from Jessica as well, but that's going to be way short.
And if we're taking a look at what's gone on today on this card, we see how Kristen is out in front, how she's up 5, really only losing 1 hole. That was back on 10 when she had gone out of bounds. So she's just been dominant throughout this entire round. Jessica and Kona have been, we'll say, a little bit more back and forth, including points exchanged on the first 3 holes.
And then holes 7 through 10, 4 holes of push. So I was expecting that to be a pretty close battle between those 2 players. And with Kristen and Silva creating that kind of European rivalry, you know, we knew that this was going to be a fun battle. But Kristen has been shooting so well in the front. It's almost game over.
There's a good chance Kristen loses one here if she doesn't convert from this long shot that she has upcoming, her second shot. 9:30 a.m. Central is when we'll be kicking off our FPO action tomorrow and the rest of the weekend. 3 p.m. Central in the afternoons for the MPO side. And you see Kristen a little bit more aggressive maybe than she normally would be, but likely going to lose one to Silva here.
Kind of just expect these to be layups from Jessica and Kona. But nope. Big mistake. Big mistake. I don't know why you do that, because now you can just allow Kona to lay it up.
Well, we'll see how far past, you know, there is a slope that goes down to the Mississippi. Just a matter of did it stay on the edge at all. Unfortunately, I don't think Grant's in position to tell us that for sure. But you're saying it was too much no matter what. She should have been short.
Regardless, it's a crazy, challenging putt upcoming.
Yeah.
I mean, with the slope.
Yeah, you've forced yourself, you're giving yourself a pressure putt coming back. It wasn't a go for it but lay up short. It was an all for it, almost going into the river.
And with Jessica being up by 2, I don't know why you don't just protect that lead here, especially with these conditions. This is, I think, just a mental error ultimately.
You go for putts like that when Kona's underneath the pin.
Right.
Kona still had 50 feet to try and make her birdie putt.
And Grant, do you have eyes on Jessica's? Did she go out to the edge of circle?
To be blunt, I have eyes on Jessica more than I do on her disc. It went into the thick stuff, but thankfully not very far. She's looking at, perhaps a 20-footer, 22-footer or so.
That straddle putt uphill.
Yeah, this was longer than I thought. I agree with you entirely, Nate. That was way too much. And now she's...
Just pick it up. Just grab it so it doesn't go in the water. Okay. I just, I just to hand somebody a point. When you could effectively have laid it up, maybe force Kona, who's the one behind, to try to make something happen, go for it, and make her make the mistake.
And Kristen also went deeper than I thought she had, and she's going to make the putt. So Silva will need to make the putt to win the hole. As she's sitting there for birdie, but she is at short range. A putt you'd fully expect her to convert. Just outside of bullseye. And for just the second time in the round, Silva will win the hole. And if we take a look at what's been required to win out here at the Preserve, essentially 1,000+ rated golf is what you need to average. And Pierce just short of that at 996, effectively 1,000 probably after some rounding and whatnot, very close to it. So solid golf required this weekend in Minnesota.
And there's just been some epic battles of the best of the best in the women's division competing for the title out here. And so that has forced that bar to rise to where you have to play the best golf that you can, because we know it is a course where you can really score.
Last year's champion, Missy Gannon.
And we know Missy has had an incredible year so far, picking up the first major of the year, the Champions Cup, followed by the Cascade Challenge, and what it must feel like for her to continue to build on the wins and experience and come back to a tournament where you're the defending champion.
Certainly no surprises of those list of previous champions that we've seen here in the last few years. Kristen, for instance, I know has only played here twice and left once a champion. Missy trying to defend that title. 2024 DGPT Player of the Year and more than $100,000 in season earnings last year. Call her Big Money Missy for a reason.
She has more career earnings in majors and Elite Series than I do for my entire career. That just goes to show you how amazing Missy Ganning is. Now let's take a look at hole 14.
14 is a par 4. It's a shorter tee pad than what we saw the men playing. So it is a more open tee shot to start. The players are trying to throw over that OB ditch to land about here. And then depending on what side of the fairway you land on gives you maybe an angle to the pin to approach or just that straight shot. And I feel like it can be a very deceiving second shot with how far you actually have to throw it. You're trying to throw your disc as close to the edge of that hillside to give yourself a shorter putt, and it relieves some pressure from having to think about that drop off behind the pin.
And when I think about the course as it lays out for the FPO, I really feel like this is probably the most challenging hole to par. Almost 700 feet, a lot of out of bounds, a very difficult birdie, and in a lot of ways, kind of a make or break hole for the round.
Cullen left that one really low, but she stays in bounds.
You know, to put it in perspective, 14 is 697 feet. It's a par 4 with tons of out of bounds. Hole 15 is only 738 feet for the FPO, and it's a par 5 with a single mandatory and no OB. So very challenging hole here on 14. That's got to get down. There's OB on that right side.
I just think that's a misfire from Jessica, leaving it high up in the sky, allowing the wind to do whatever it pleases with that shot. Throwing it so high brings in OB on both sides of the fairway.
Yeah, that's a great point, Val. I mean, she could probably just take a single angle shot, just put it out there, get it over the out of bounds.
The most important thing is to stay in bounds, and Silva goes off to the right as well. Red flag.
Opportunity for Kristen to shut this match down, get it in bounds here.
And while these players are getting that extra competitive round out on this course, all of their equipment, their shoes, their raincoat, everything's soaked. So they have to go back, you know, hotel or wherever they're staying and dry out. Everyone else playing the tournament is staying dry today, preparing for the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, some of these people live in motorhomes and trailers, and that's even an additional challenge. Here we see this shot from Kristen. Got very fortunate that it kicked out. She did get the green flag, so that's really all she needed to do was get it inbounds.
And we're talking about preparations for the players, but Grant, what is the course seeing and feeling out there today, knowing we've got a whole weekend of it?
You know, it's beginning to show signs of what it's been dealing with today. Earlier on, I may have mentioned that I thought the course was handling the water pretty well. I still think that's the case. It's handling it pretty well, but there is a lot more standing water in places than there were even just a few minutes ago when the MPO field came through this same section of the course. We know how well built this course is. There's no doubt about that. Now they're going to have to maintain it, and that includes some of the tee pads, which are beginning to puddle up pretty significantly. And of course also the fairways. So the crew will have its work cut out for them overnight.
Just yet another element that will be dealt with here this weekend. Thank you, Grant. I wonder if we took a poll out there of all the people on site, how many are having fun? Where do you think that poll would rate right now?
Well, I think they're just head down, get the work done, let's get off the course.
I mean, where's that big rubber ducky?
Yeah.
He's probably having a good old time.
And not showing up until tomorrow, from what I've heard.
Oh, I see. This is a rough conversation to have in these conditions. Oh, there we go. The world's largest rubber ducky will be here tomorrow, as Terry said.
Yeah. Awfully called. Mama duck.
60 feet tall. Wow.
He's over 15 tons.
And it's not the duck's goal to provide happiness, but the duck is here to spread kindness.
I can get on board with that.
So they barely clearing the ditch. This is a matter of, I don't know, 20, 30 feet, depending on this where Silva's going to take this lie. So they are saying she did not cross the corner. Going to take it on the teeing area inbound side of the ditch. Really, I don't think there was an advantage either way. You are shorter up, or you have a progress farther down the fairway, but she wouldn't have been able to make it to the pin if she were given that longer lie. She places it down the middle, and we carry on.
And if Kristen does manage to win this hole, that will end the match. And right now she's in good position to do so.
That was a great shot from Jess, getting that full flight.
So that's an interesting, situation, as you were explaining, Val, with Silva not getting the benefit of the doubt up here. I mean, she did lose quite a bit of distance because, I mean, Jessica got all the way to that golf green. I don't know, it's tough to tell, but, you know, it is what it is.
I don't think she would have gained a stroke either way.
Right. She's not going to get all the way to the basket.
Right.
Certainly could have made that fourth shot a lot easier. For Kristen here, you just need one in bounds. A good shot up the middle. Don't get too crazy. Just keep it simple. Single angle shot here is all that's required.
And that's helpful with her being so far on the right side of the fairway. It does open up an angled shot. But she releases this one early. Sit down.
Yikes. That is close. Not over yet. Kona stripes one out there. What a shot by Kona. I think she's very, I mean, it's not a guarantee, of course, but really good opportunity to square this thing up. Win the last 2 holes. Mistakes compounding for Weiss, and Kona executing some good shots.
All right, looks like we've got some DGPT trivia. Raven Klein has the second most PDGA wins in Minnesota. Who has the most? Do you guys know?
In
Minnesota.
I mean,
I guess we'll tell you at the start of the next hole. I actually do know, and it's
is that Trina Allen?
That's a good guess, but it is not.
Oh, wow.
Here's my hint for you guys.
Okay.
She is the sister of a world champion.
Wow.
Let's stump some of you, or help others. We'll see. I've played many tournaments that she has been at. Goes a little more old school, but she is the sister of a disc golf world champion, and I'll add on to that, he is an amateur world champion.
Oh, Terry.
But you guys were at that Worlds, or at least one of you was.
You got me stumped, Terry.
Okay, well, you
got
keep
me
thinking about
stumped.
it. As we are barely moving along the fairway here of 14.
I don't even have any guesses because that hint stumped me more than the question.
Well, I'll say this: you would not have arrived at the answer without any clues. So my clues are in fact helpful, in my opinion, but because I don't think you would have necessarily arrived at the answer on your own. So if the clues help or not, that may be a coin toss.
I think that's just you showing off your actual Minnesota trivia. And you could be the trivia host.
All right. Kristen needs to get up and down here.
Just to stand still, and good looking shot.
Yeah, she's been putting well today. You feel like that's a good chance to make. But effectively, her and Silva are even because Silva's also throwing her 4th shot. And if you're Silva, it's an odd situation to be in because you really can't get too crazy aggressive. Because if you blast it past the pin and you don't make the comeback, the match is over. You want to just try to get to that Dormie situation, put it close, force Kristen to make that 20-footer.
Yeah, you've lost your opportunities for those fun try and throw in shots.
Yeah.
Now it's trying to match or win if it's an obvious decision.
Yeah, if this is hole 3 in the match, sure, maybe you try to do something wild, but as you get down to these tight spots, you have to know the gameplay here. Yikes, huge mistake. Huge mistake.
Is that just a grip block? I gotta look at that again. And the way she stood over that shot going, I don't know if she was rethinking it or what, but just too much power.
Yeah, I think it was just, she just juiced it too much. Just put a little extra on it, and then when obviously the back hillside is going to speed things up.
And you gotta land short of this pin, knowing that the hill drops off immediately behind the basket.
And reminder, she's 2 shots ahead on the hole from Jessica. She still has this putt to win the hole.
She's at circle's edge now.
But things like rollaway are still in play.
Yeah.
This is, she just could not go that deep.
Mental mistakes just plaguing this match. Jessica on the previous hole, now Kona.
It was a good bid from that distance.
Wow, this match just got a little bit more interesting.
I couldn't help but watch Kristen's thumb on the top of that putter as she's lining up, and she keeps adjusting her thumb. And I'm thinking, there's more water and more raindrops going underneath her thumb, between her thumb and the disc. How is she going to get the grip? She readjusted about 4 times. And there you go.
Just got more interesting as Silva's going to win this hole. She's 3 down with 4 to play. And that's a push between those two.
Jessica just got left out easy. I'm thinking, with your hint, it could have been me. I could be the... Am I the person? No, I'm not the person.
Is it Drummond or something?
I mean,
I'll
not
give you another
amateur.
hint. Nate, you were in fact at the Am Worlds of the brother of the woman that we're talking about. You won it. You won that
I
Am World.
did,
So what year
okay.
did you win?
99. There it is.
Katie Pinkman, who was, her maiden name is Katie Schroeder.
Okay, I was going to say
Katie
it was a Shredder.
is
Okay.
is sisters to is
Wow.
the sister to Tim Schroeder. Katie, of course, has gone on to collect a bunch of wins in Minnesota.
Mad
Congratulations,
respect,
sir.
Terry. Mad respect. That was a
Katie
good one.
married Kyle Pinkman, who also has a number of wins, good friends with Kale LaVisca and a number of others. Kyle Pinkman, very much a staple in the disc golf community in Minnesota as well. But Tim, Kyle, Katie, Kale, all of those, some old school disc golfers that have been around. G-Unit, Jared's, Mike, all those guys.
That's why you're the disc golf guy, Terry.
Shout out to Katie.
Yes.
I haven't seen her forever, and I remember competing with her and playing
Yes.
so many tournaments with her, even traveling out to the Memorial. We'd escape the Midwest winters and go out and play in Arizona
Yeah, I would
early in the
always see
season.
Katie down the Memorial, yeah.
Yes.
We'd all be getting mad sunburns early in the season.
Katie and Kyle have started a family a number of years ago, and I know that she plays from time to time. They are not all playing as a family as much as both Katie and Kyle used to, but certainly a long history of disc golf over there.
Oh, boy.
Wow. And that might be the most jovial reaction we've ever seen out of Silva, and it comes after a misfire in the rain.
I mean, you got to think she's worried about that mandatory. You don't want to miss that. That's key number one.
Yeah, you can worry about anything, everything. But if the disc slips out of your hand, there's almost nothing you can do. Clearly didn't have a good grip. And just top-notch caddy work there from Silver. Following Kristen to the tee pad, but Kristen gets a bad grip as well. Early release. They're going to be in similar spots.
They really are. We're starting to get to that point where fatigue is going to start to set in amongst all of our competitors here. They've been out there. It's raining even harder than it was when they started.
And they're absolutely saturated.
And they're soaked. Their hands are starting to get pruny. This is a very challenging time, these last 4 holes.
And the fun factor is negative.
Yeah, is that a missed Mando?
It was heading right toward it, and I think it was
just short of it.
Yep.
Yep, she got around it. Wow, I was worried about that one, but got around it and safely in position.
Luis makes the Mando, and if we're talking about Mandos and Mando fun, you definitely have to head on out to Iowa because we're going to be having the Creators Cup, and it's the first one. Some of your favorite disc golf pros and creators will compete together this June at Pickard Park for the first ever Creators Challenge. Get your tickets at dgpt.com/tickets or catch the action live on DGN or the DGPT's YouTube channel.
Now, are you going to be in that, Terry?
No, I did not get invited to be part of that.
You're going to be covering it?
Apparently, I haven't done enough in disc golf media, so I'm gonna keep grinding.
You better check your spam folder, Terry.
I've been asked to be part of the media crew, so maybe I'll make the announcement that if the pay is right, I can make it happen. So
I mean, look, there's something to be said about that. You're covering the creators. You're the creator covering the creators.
Okay, there's something meta
Creator
about
of
that.
all creators,
Yes.
in my opinion.
I don't know. I'm gonna go start a YouTube channel tomorrow and see if I can do something in disc golf media. We'll try. All right, looks like Kona is re-teeing. What are we reading for the rules on 15? If
Mando is missed, a re-tee is mandatory.
Okay, so she's playing it out.
So there is a PDGA waiver indicating that there's no official drop zone for the mandatory.
No forward progression.
Yep.
So okay.
So again, it's tough because
that's another harsh
yeah,
Mando re-tee.
Yeah, I mean, and it you wouldn't be surprised in these conditions to see a lot of these players down in this area. You know, just missing hard left. It's the softest hole for the FPO of the course as far as to par. And so definitely missing that mandatory is a no-go. So it's going to kind of come down to this third shot for these two. I would expect Silva to be in a similar position as we just saw where Kristen, and then it's going to be who can get closer on that third shot.
It looks like Silva goes for the more direct line and just barely crests over the top of the hill.
And her shot's going to be a lot longer than Kristen's. Kristen went with that run up, and Silva just went with the standstill.
And 9:30 tomorrow morning. That's Central Time, 9:30. We invite you to join us for the opening round action here at the Preserve Championship presented by Simon Line. 3 p.m. Central is when the men will kick off. We're going to have some European time zones out there, including Finland. So, yeah, you guys could probably all figure out the rest from wherever you're possibly tuning in. And if you can't watch it, make sure to check out the Jomez Pro post-production coverage the following day.
So here's Jess over to the right, but in the ditch. So now she's going to be on the far left side of the fairway, riding that tree line.
And nothing over there, Val, is out of bounds. So that's all just spectator rope that we see on the left side?
Yeah, no OB on hole 15, just that mandatory to start.
Players are everywhere. Grant, are you staying upright out there, or did you trying to meet a rubber duck? What are you doing?
You may have noticed the hill on this hole next to the Mando the players had to either throw over on their tee or get over after the Mando. I walked up that hill without any trouble during the MPO round just a moment ago in the spectator area. Full yard sale. Ran into a banana peel left by a donkey on a go-kart and went down. Microphones, umbrellas, cell phones went in all directions. Stood up and completed for the judges. I think I got a 6.0 on it. Conditions not great, and it's going to be a factor for spectators this week too. It looks like they're going to have to do a lot of work overnight, even more than I thought just a few minutes ago when I came to you guys.
Well, there's the hill that took Grant down as we're flying over it right now. So hope you stay safe out there. And I know we've talked about it a lot today, but just the preparations for the weekend, what it does to set a few of these players back and having to reset in terms of getting their equipment and everything dry for tomorrow, or an attempt maybe to get it dried out. We'll see what everyone does, but they'll be back out here tomorrow for round one. Val, you've talked about it. Rain for at least round one, possibly round two, and even a chance for round three yet?
Yep, I think there's a chance every round that it's going to rain, but I think it lessens up as the weekend continues on, and this seems to be just the worst of it. Third shot, Silva connects with the only obstacle in the way.
And just a fantastic opportunity for Kristen here. She's got more distance, she's closer to the basket, and a chance to really just put this thing and end this match and get out of this rain with one more good shot here. If she can get it close, force Silva to try to throw something in to keep this match going. But a win here would end the match. Easier said than done in these conditions.
How bad do you want to stop playing disc golf right now is the question I would like to ask Kristen. Could take just one more great shot.
Silver's very polite and professional, but he's thinking, end this now. Come on. I've never wanted you to, birdie or par so badly. Let's get it done.
And so I'm seeing Kristen with it's not the sharpest edge disc. It's more of a slow flyer. So she needs to put everything on this to get the power.
Oh, she wants to stop playing, Val.
Perfect.
What a shot. You can see Silva's disc way out there in the distance. And it's almost over here in this match. I will say, though, nice job by Silva on the back nine here, making it something. She was down 5 through 9 holes. Still a chance to try to toss this one in. But great disc selection, great commitment by Kristen.
Yeah, pretty much doing everything perfect on that shot. Put herself inside the bullseye. equally as impressive shot coming from Kona with the opposite spin. Nice forehand. Bullseye hit.
Yeah, and I mean, that being said, there could be the argument of just, I mean, conceding the hole. I mean, this is Jessica's third shot. Kona just threw her fifth. Jessica's just got to get it up there by the basket.
She can lay up from there and still win the hole.
That's plenty. It's so crazy how quickly this match has really changed, just in very short little moments. Going back to 13.
Jessica is looking to go 2 up with 3 to play.
I mean, just 10 minutes ago, Kona could easily have this match all square. So, you know, can't take anything for granted, that's for sure.
And this is it. Silva's last chance. She was amused by the effort.
And that will do it.
Now, Silva still forced Kristen to make that, though.
It's true.
You know, a Finn and an Estonian, they're not going to give anything to each other.
Just like Jessica, working hard for this one.
I mean, she should lay it up. No roll away. Oh my God, sit. Oh.
Exactly. If it's going to make you that nervous, then that's why we're seeing these putts play out. And of course, Kristen just underneath the basket there with that blue disc.
And that is it. Kristen wins the match. And no chance for Silva to be Dormie now because she has lost. Kristen takes it down through 15 holes. And when we're talking about up or down, we're just talking about being up or down describes how many holes a player leads or trails by in a match. You can only earn as much as 1 point, so to speak, per hole. And you're playing each hole individually. Nothing carries over. That's... Whenever I describe match play, I essentially say it's like playing skins, except for they don't carry over from hole to hole. I think if anyone happens to be familiar with skins, which have become more popular in our sport in the last few years, along with the great coverage, that's the way to explain it, is every hole is an individual chance to win, and they don't carry over.
And you're not winning money on every hole.
No, probably not.
A shout out to the camera crew out there battling through these conditions. It is tough to stay dry and then let alone give us the view of these players. They've got garbage bags on, they've got duct tape trying to keep the lens dry.
It looks like they're just confirming.
Sometimes they gotta drag Grant around as on the ground. They should get that all firmed up, and we'll see the scores entered as Kristen will win the match. But now, for the other match, we head to hole number 16.
And Jessica Weiss is up by 2, so she needs to win this hole, and she could end the match as well. It's an attackable hole, just under 300 feet. The basket is perched up on this knoll, so you have to get the distance right and the angle right as you spike onto the green. But definitely a birdie opportunity if you can throw the great drive.
Par is all it took for Jessica on the previous hole to take that one, as we said, up 2 with 3 to play. This could be it.
It could be. But then also with a hole of this length, but the basket up on that hillside, you do sometimes see those putts go back and forth. You can see the hit, you can see the roll away. So there's still some drama. So if Jessica's forced to make that putt to win, things could get interesting. It all started when Kona missed the Mando. That's the point where I knew Jessica was going to take down the previous hole. So that means Jessica's on the top of the box.
Yeah, if anything, you want to just try to really put this one just short. Try to utilize that hill as it slopes up to that basket. Give yourself a short little uphill putt. You don't want to go long here, and you don't want to be too far to the right.
Oh, I was looking for the walk-off ace to close out the match. Instead, it skips long and left.
And that's the door just going wide open. Great opportunity here for Kona.
Especially with that disc selection, Jess could have left it short to skip up to the pin.
Oh, this is going to go left as well, considerably, and both of them will have long putts. We're here in our 10th season of the Disc Golf Pro Tour, so we have, well, 10th season jerseys. Go out and get yours today. You can go to shop.dgpt.com and get yours. Well, supplies last. You'd love to have an entire drawer or two full of those heading into this weekend, knowing that it's going to be wet out there. Fresh change of clothes would be helpful.
Right? I mean, don't even worry about drying them. You just got one fresh for every day.
Perfect.
Boom, 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 boom. I like the green one.
That white one.
It's probably my favorite. Yeah, the
I'm
white
going to place
one's
the
nice
order,
too.
Nate.
That's right, and then I can pick. Who's going to shoot better, A, B, or G?
And as we take a look at what's happened here at the Preserve since coming back, really this event popped up as we were trying to come back from COVID, the delay that we saw in 2020. And Paige Pierce, Nicola Castro, your first 2 winners.
And
a scenario here where she just needed to lay it up close, and now she has a putt left.
Okay, now Kona should just pitch this under the basket.
Yeah, keep all the pressure on Jessica. She may not have any other option but to just simply lay this up, depending on the ceiling over there.
All right.
Successfully has done that. Now Jessica needs to make this.
It's a very makeable putt, but it's also a very stressful putt because it is to have the hole now, and you're trying to close this thing out. And the have is to get to Dormie. It's to guarantee points here in the round robin in the Match Play Championship. See the bullseye marker? Which is called.
She's got to make this.
12 feet.
But the risk of the hillside behind the pin could give the hole to Kona.
Wow. Unreal.
We're getting our money's worth.
We really are. I mean, in a way, at least we're going to get to see hole 17. We haven't seen it been played yet. Maybe even 18 in this situation.
Yes.
Jessica offering to pick it up. And I would take the pickup all day. That thing slips out of your like. Just take the pickup. Take the pickup. That slips out of your hand. Something like it's probably not going to happen, but somebody's conceding the hole to you.
Yeah.
just take the pickup
all day. I agree. All right. Well, we are going to get to see hole 17 here. The dead straight gauntlet. Par 3.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to all the camera people. Everyone else will be here too.
As we said, they're heading to the 17th. We are getting our money's worth. What's going on?
Buckle up. We got a couple more holes to play, it looks like. Jessica's just up by one single hole.
Okay.
2 holes to play. And we're heading into 17, which I think is a fun hole to finish this round. It's the gauntlet shot. It's not a very far hole, 243 feet, but you gotta hit this line. Any early connections with these trees is going to send you ricocheting off either left or right. But if you hit this gap, and I think disc selection is crucial to get the distance you need. And they don't have it elevated this year, so I think that is helpful to be able to get the birdie.
Yeah, and what's interesting about not elevating it is, does it bring that water into play even less behind? Yeah, it's 15, 20 feet behind there, but not throwing to an elevated pin. It's just the first time we haven't seen it. So great observation, and we'll see if it ultimately makes any difference.
Beauty. Very nice. Park job.
Disc selection on point there, Val.
And I feel like the momentum is in Kona's favor. She hasn't made a mistake in a while. It's just a matter of playing it out and sticking to the game plan.
Jessica needs to answer.
She's in trouble.
Grant, can you tell just how close Kona is? I mean, to me, it looked like she was less than 5 feet, but is she parked?
Yeah, I mean, unless this is one of those optical illusion situations, she's in the shadow of the basket if it were casting a shadow today.
Now we're going to take a look at the catch cam footage here, and I agree with you guys. It looked close, and it is close, just about 3 feet away.
Well, she's warmed up from the previous drop-in, so I guess there is that payoff. Jessica's going to need to throw this in.
She certainly will. And more than likely, we are going to see this match make it to all square, heading to the 18th. And, wow. Was she OB?
Oh, I didn't. I apologize. I did not even think about the OB on the left side.
I did, but I didn't think she got all the way to it.
Okay.
So
well, either way.
Now they can just pick them up.
Or drop them in.
Wow. Okay, so that really does come into play quite quickly with the OB on the left, and that OB continues on riding the left side of the fairway and then beyond the pin, connecting with that pond behind.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't even think about her actually getting all the way to the OB line. I thought she was just off the mark and would be able to have a chance to still possibly throw in for birdie 2, but not the case.
But it's like holding in a sneeze. You park a hole, you might as well just slam it in there. We're going 18, guys.
Oh, we are.
Buckle
Somehow
up.
we have gotten to 18.
And really some massive mistakes from both of the players.
I mean, it goes all the way to 13. When Jessica should have never lost that hole. Then 14, Kona should have won that hole, but didn't. So, man, they're keeping our, we're on our toes here.
And we'll get a preview of hole 18 and what it's like to play in the rain.
I am excited about that. This is one of the best finishing holes on tour. Water in play, 2 water carries. It's one of those unique situations where both the men and women are playing. This hole is a par 5. 492 feet.
Heck yeah. Trust me, I wouldn't have if I didn't have to.
And I gotta say, it looks to me as if the rain has maybe stopped or is just very light. I mean, I see a couple little droplets on that puddle on the tee pad, but it just looks just a little bit better.
Wait for camera guy.
Maybe they'll go out and get another round of practice in after this. Is that what you're suggesting?
It's starting to clear
little
up.
Twilight round?
The course is going to start to get packed.
I mean, light the baskets up, a little glow action. Kona with a chance to win the match here if she can outlast Jessica on the final hole. She's inbounds.
And an early release is the mistake you want to make on this one. Just throw something out there that finishes hard to the left to ensure that you're clearing the water and landing on the safe side of the fairway. And you could throw 200 feet to get inbounds, or you can bite off a little bit more on this tee shot.
I know. That's smart. I had to like force myself not to. I got it. Don't wipe your hand on your paint.
And they're going to be in a similar spot over there. Far to the left, very safe.
As we take a look at the 18th, a little more constricted than in years past, isn't it, Nate?
You know, it's interesting. It's hard to absolutely tell because, you know, you do see this OB line that comes in over here on the left side. You have this cart path that wiggles up that left side. That's all OB. But this short, the players were just over here on the left. Now, the second shot is so critical. The big mistake that either one of these two can make is throwing into this bunker. Now, with the way the weather is today, I'm not sure they're going to be able to get all the way there, but the ideal shot is to land just short and right of it. If you have the power, try to get up onto this flat area to the right of this golf bunker here. Third shot is over water the entire way. This is the second water carry, and it is certainly intimidating. We see a lot of players landing short in this bunker as well, and as Val said earlier, the bunkers are not out of bounds, but the footing is very tricky inside them. It's a little uphill slope right there, and then it just goes down to this flat area here. One of the best finishing holes on tour.
Couldn't really ask for much more drama than this. All square going into the final hole as we watch Jessica Weiss and Kona Montgomery battle it out in a very wet and rainy afternoon in Minnesota.
So fun fact, earlier today we saw Ricky and Matteo play against each other, if you're just joining us, and Matteo did beat Ricky. Now, last year, Matteo finished in third place in this tournament, Ricky, of course, winning. But Matteo shot the 2 hot rounds in rounds 2 and 3. So, you know, man, Matteo looking good this year.
This is pulled far to the right, but she is coming back inbounds, nice and safe, and gets a good amount of distance. And you were talking about that bunker, and that's in these players' mind as they're throwing their second shots and where they want to place their tee shot or their second shot. Is it going to be short? If it's short, then you don't have a visual of the pin. You have to kind of bring that bunker into play and get it up on that golf green so that you're looking down on into the next landing zone over the water.
Looks like Jessica's this little bushy stuff is really going to bother her backswing. is just such a critical third shot with that water carry. You don't want that sand under your feet. We've seen it so many times where the foot digs in, the player loses a lot of momentum in the shot, and they fall up short. So critical here for Jessica, even if she's short, to be short right of that golf bunker. Don't want to be in it. It's going to be a long carry.
Yeah, well short.
And I'm just thinking about the way that this course was designed and what parts of the fairway have been mowed or not, because what both Kona and Jessica threw were extremely safe shots. They didn't even try and bite off too much distance, and that brought them both into that tall grass, and tall grass got into the mind of Jessica at least.
Well, Grant, you're out there. Can you assess what we're going to see for these third shots, and then any other final thoughts you might have on the day?
Yeah, you know, the grasses that are in the rough are almost better described as weeds in some places. They're very grabby, almost viney. You saw the trouble that Jessica had with that. Here in the fairway, part of the reason the course is handling this rain as well as it is because the grass is just so very, very thick. And that will, of course, be a factor in how discs react as the weekend goes on. But, I mean, all in all, as bad as the conditions are, the course is handling them very, very well. We've got players now going over the former golf bunker, Jessica more or less laying up, and now Kona approaching her shot.
Interesting. You heard Grant talking about it. There's the shot right there. Wow, to lay it up. I think smart. If you can't make the carry, don't go for it.
So at the very edge, if you were to push that second shot all the way as close to the OB as possible, that shot would have been 240 feet down to the pin. So from where Jessica was, it was at least, I'd say about 350 feet and blind. And once you get down to the basket, the OB is circling the pin at around, at the most, circle 2, and then far right, it's within circle 1. So the OB really narrows in as you get toward the basket. So this has to be a precise shot.
Check the footing.
That golf bunker would be perfect for her, considering Jessica's already laid up. Oh, we couldn't see from that angle.
She gets the green flag. She'll be able to get up and down for the par. That's the best that Jessica will be able to do, but she's going to have a great fourth shot in order to make that happen. All pressure on Weiss to get up and down for par. Grant, what is Weiss looking at here?
Oh, a pretty squishy lie and very sandy soil. She's got kind of an uphill run up before that drop off. She's got to get a lot of power on this to carry. Got the disc airborne. Looks like the power is good. Got over what she needed to carry. We'll still have a putt of some length.
Thank you, Grant. She did exactly what she needed to do. She put herself inside the circle with a chance to save the par. So Kona could win the match if Kona were to throw it in from where she is. But Jessica will at least have a chance at par. I would say Jessica's best case scenario right now is to have an all-square match.
I was worried as mid-flight that just started to hyzer out. I wasn't sure that Kona had enough distance, but she does get that green flag, and see just how far she is from the pin.
Yeah, and in this scenario, I'd like to see Kona give it a little nose up, little run. Don't get crazy aggressive, but just try to pop it in. Maybe try to make it and kind of make it not a factor for Jessica, but keep it close. Force Jessica to have to make that putt. At worst, you push it, you take the half a point, and you move on to your next match here in round robin play.
Grant, final thoughts on a rainy day out there in Minnesota.
Well, the course certainly held up well given the circumstances. It'll be interesting to see how overnight rain and rain tomorrow affect that, but so far I give the course an A, maybe even an A+, given all things. Curious how these players are going to rebound as they go off in the morning, and they've had to be here later into this evening. Really curious how the stamina is going to be affected tomorrow for both of these players, but perhaps one of them with a good finish here could really boost their morale into the weekend.
Appreciate it, Grant. As we're watching Kona, she could win the match if she were to throw it in. And instead, she'll have a putt from just a few feet away, putting all the pressure on Weiss. Wow.
Yeah, it looks, what, 22 feet there? Somewhere in that range. Definitely inside circle one.
Yeah, 22, maybe 25. But this is for a half point after 18 holes of battling along with Kona Montgomery.
Effectively the best conditions of the day.
Comes down to 18.
Going to hole 16, Jess was 2 up. And to find out that, yeah. All right, we had to see that putt go in. Anything could happen, but I did not see that the round was going to shake out this way, and very disappointing for Jess, I'm sure.
Kona taking the last 3 holes to win the match.
When it all comes down to it, that's the putt that made all the difference of at least Jessica getting some sort of point and something out of today's match after being out there in the dreary, drenching conditions.
And no surprise that the Preserve provided us a show here today. What a great precursor heading into the weekend. We saw the course changes. We saw how some players were attacking and maybe what they were doing on a few of the new baskets and some of the new fairways out there. So all of that considered a win. I know, like you just said, very long day for Jessica Weiss to walk home with no points when it was all said and done after an 18-hole battle. But we got a good preview.
Yeah, and I thought it was fun to see seeing Kristen and Silva battle it out, and Kristen just looked dominant. Even though these were very difficult conditions to play in, she shot really well in the front 9, and then it was a pretty short back 9, so we didn't see that complete, but it gives me a glimpse on what we can expect for this weekend and the battle that could be underway.
Yeah, definitely. And over on the men's side, I mean, look, Simon Lizotte played well today. I mean, he missed a few putts, but he did really push Calvin. Calvin didn't play horrible, but Simon really took it to Calvin, especially on that little 3-hole run on the back 9 to really just shut it down. Over on the other side of things, we're talking about 2 guys that, again, I just talked about it, finished in the top 3 of last year's tournament. You can see we've only played this tournament 5 times. Ricky's a 3-time and defending champion. So that was a great match, and Matteo really put it to him. So it was interesting to watch it happened. I really like hole 9. I'd love to see, in better conditions, how the guys attack that with a full field, see the numbers there, and also the brand new 10th as well. And really the new 6th too. That's something we kind of, we kind of overlooked that a little bit in a way because it's early in the round, but I thought the new 6 looked good too.
Yeah, throw a really good shot to where the pin used to be, and then it's gonna be requiring you to throw yet a good approach shot to walk away with a birdie on that hole. So making it far more difficult. And like you said, we'll see how it plays out throughout the weekend. Well, we only need one more shot, and that's the OTB shot of the day. Do you guys have any candidates? Anything that really jumps out that you think is the shot of the day?
Well, I'm not sure we even got a glimpse, but that Ricky throw-in.
Yeah,
out of the
9.
woods, nobody expected it to happen.
Yeah.
On the side slope, through the trees.
I gotta think the pole koozie hit by
Orem?
Matty O.
Yeah,
that was on
11. Yep.
over Victoria's Pond
Creek,
there,
yep.
Creek, and that was a basket hit on a tough day on a really signature hole. I'm gonna give it to Matty O.
Yeah, I like that, and he had such a stellar performance. Somehow that all adds up. But let's run it. This is our OTB Only the Best shot of the day.
Oh, I got one right.
And it looks like you called it.
It doesn't happen often. He wanted it to go in, too.
And the high leg kick. I mean, that's up near his head. Just needed it about 2 feet higher, and that would have crashed right into the chains. So what a shot by Matty O.
Gotta keep a close eye on Matty O this week. Knows how to play well here in the Midwest. Last year, 3rd place here, 2nd place in Des Moines. This is when Matty O's hopefully starting to play better this season.
It's getting it going. Well, the Preserve Championship presented by Simon Line will kick off tomorrow morning at 9:30 Central for the FPO and 3 p.m. Central for the MPO. For Valerie Jenkins, Nate Doss, along with Grant Zellner on the ground, I'm Terry Miller. We'll see you tomorrow.